Heavenly Father, today we put on the full armor to protect us against attack. We put on the belt of truth to protect against lies and deception. We put on the breastplate of righteousness to protect our hearts from the temptations. We put the gospel of peace on our feet to walk in your light, peace, and freedom with the Holy Spirit. We rebuke anxious thoughts. We take up your shield of faith for protection to block and destroy all the darts and threats thrown at us by the enemy. We put on the helmet of salvation to cover our minds and thoughts, reminding us that we are children of a mighty King. We are forgiven, set free, saved by the blood of Jesus. We take up the sword of the Spirit, your living word, that has the power to demolish strongholds and is sharper than any double-edged sword. We come to you, Lord, in prayer daily. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen. What's up, you guys? Welcome to The Imagination. I'm your host, Emma, and today I am honored to introduce you all to United States military MILAB abductee and victim, experiencer, contactee, targeted individual, mind control, and human experimentation survivor and whistleblower, humanitarian, host of his own YouTube channel and podcast, woodworker, auto restoration extraordinaire, nature lover, political activism advocate, gardener, and disclosure activist, Nathan Ciszek. Nathan's story begins at age 6 when he was first abducted by extraterrestrials that forced him to participate in joint clandestine Draco ET and United States military programs such as Project Surrogate, Project Alpha, and Project Ibis. His experiences and memories of being in these programs involve his soul fracturing, cloning, being abducted across 2 lifetimes, and his fragmented consciousness being transferred into clone bodies that were used in these joint ET and US military programs. Nathan has also experienced psychic abuse in where he was used for his gifts and manipulated because of them. Under Project Ibis, Nathan was subconsciously programmed to join an online satanic cult that utilizes DARPA remote mind control technology to simulate contact with pagan gods and spirits in a social experiment designed to suppress and control the minds of targeted MILAB victims. This led to his discovery that a private corporate consortium of companies buried within the military-industrial complex were using remote and mind control and MILAB victims conditioned to be social implants to create DARPA virtual temple complex cults. These cults and belief systems are being used for social engineering and control over targeted portions of the human population for the preservation of the continuity of emerging technocratic world police state that is a proxy system of control by a negative extraterrestrial and ultra-dimensional force. Nathan has turned to being a public whistleblower and activist, which has come with sacrifices, costs, and the same censorship and alienation that we see consistent with other whistleblowers who share the hardest truths in the world that no one knows about. Nathan also suffers from destabilizing and chronic health conditions related to the abuse he suffered at the hands of negative entities and the US government. In Nathan's own words, some of the strongest people in the world are people who are targeted like this because the ones who can withstand it have been through hell and are out doing something in an altruistic way to help others. We are the ones who take the crap. We are the poster children for mental insanity, the people who should be shadow banned and shut up. And I'm tired of it. I really am. I'm sick of it. And I speak for everyone who's going through this. Nathan began a YouTube channel called Hajayan Contactee and a Telegram channel called the Planetary Consciousness Project to help spread awareness of this global victimization and targeting happened to innocent humans. He also helped create the Voices of Orion project with other contactees, which is a grassroots disclosure project aimed at exposing the New Age ET deception and the negative extraterrestrial presence that has hijacked the planet and enslaved the human race as part of a collective effort to facilitate the Great Awakening and the end of the spiritual bondage that has abused and exploited the human race and hijacked their destiny against the will of our Creator. I ask that you all put away whatever you're doing, grab a pen and paper, and give this brave warrior your full attention as we deep dive into some new and disturbing topics society needs to know about with a hero on a mission to expose it all. Before I finish introducing today's guest, I wanted to give just a couple quick reminders and updates. If you'd like to be on the podcast as a guest or share any information privately with me, you can email me at imagineabetterworld2020@gmail.com. I'm also proud to announce my new partnership with one of my favorite brands, Rife Technologies, which is a new and innovative company dedicated to revolutionize the health tech industry. The Real Rife machine is an electromagnetic radio frequency device engineered by scientist Dr. Royal Raymond Rife in the 1920s and used to address various health concerns. These technologies have been used and referenced by many guests on this podcast, and I'm excited to announce that you can gift yourself with 15% off your Rife Technologies order with the link and code I have posted in the show notes. All the rest of my links are in the show notes also, and I'd love your support across all platforms. Thank you for caring so deeply about survivors and whistleblowers and for helping to make the imagination the safest space on the internet for survivor and whistleblower disclosures. So you guys, without further ado, please help me in welcoming today's guest of honor, ET and military program whistleblower, spiritual warrior, survivor and victim advocate, and a man on a mission to shine a light on the darkness he not only encountered, but survived. The one, the only, Nathan Ciszek. Nathan, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you for having me. I've been aware of your podcast for some time, and ironically, I actually got it through the YouTube feed, which is unusual because they usually suppress this kind of thing. So, but I don't have I'm not really familiar with your show though, because I don't get a lot of time to watch stuff, and I've tried to kind of limit my time over the last 6 to 8 months because it starts to get excessive. But thank you for having me though, and I really, really appreciate it, and thank you for that intro. So let's get started, I guess. So you wanted to talk about family connections, correct? Okay,
Yeah,
so
there.
all right, well, it wasn't until recently that I started to, because a lot of the information that I get comes through intuition, and then I have to look for information, like evidence that supports this. And I began to realize that the family connections with me weren't in my immediate family. They were on my father's side. My father passed away, I think, around 52. I don't know for sure because I've never had any contact with him. He left my mother when I was roughly about a year old. And it was a really abusive relationship. I think he had narcissistic personality disorder. He was physically abusive. And these are some of the earmarks of MILABs. So also too, since I do believe he died in the early 50s, and I think it was 52, that is another particular earmark of certain types of MILABs who only live to their mid 50s. So anyway, to explain a little bit further, my father, his parents immigrated to America from Russia. And my last name is Polish Russian, but anyway, I've never had any interaction with that side of the family, so I don't have any kind of ethnic connection, or there's no customs from Russia. I don't have any connection at all with it, other than I guess the way I look at my last name. But so to try to get in, to explain this a little further. Yeah, he was involved for about the first year, and then my mother and father split up. I don't even know if they were married, and this is something I didn't even know that he even existed till I was about 6. And that's when another family member said something to me after I found some forms in a closet that had his name on it and said father. I'm like, well, who was this? And that's when I actually got to the story. I don't know much about him though, but I do know, and I'm going to say this now, and then we'll get to it later. I do have a cloned altar that's actually in a society. He lives somewhere in probably Russia or, within the country. And I know that he's younger than me. He looks like me, exactly like me, but is more physically enhanced. And he's used as an assassin under a contract with a private military corporation that is not just international, but it actually exists off the planet. It isn't something that's actually rooted here. So that's pretty much what I know about that. So it's been a mystery, and I've not done any. I really have no opportunities for me because there's no family connections that I can do research, and I can't just seek these people out and say, hey, I'm his son and so forth, but I really want to talk to you because I'm in these programs. So sorry, I have a little bit of a dry mouth issue today, but anyway, that's about the extent of that. So let's get into the first part of this, and what I want to talk about is the reason why I was abducted, and I want to talk about a program called Project Ibis and what I know about it. If you look up Project Ibis, you're going to find that it has to do with abducting. It has to do with extraterrestrials. It has to do with timeline manipulation and experiments and so forth. And there's a lot to it. It's a large program that has a lot of sub programs that are plugged into it. And it's actually an extension of an ancient program that was utilized by ETs to socially manage the population. And what I mean by it is that if you look at the pyramids and you look at the ancient temple complexes, these were actually, what you're looking at is ET social engineering of humanity. And what they do is they use these monuments to create a religion, a belief system, and then they hijack a culture. And so the reason it's called Project Ibis is because the Ibis is representative of Thoth from Egypt, and that was another social engineering tool in a program that was utilized on what we call the Egyptians. And so what they're doing is essentially creating an extension of an ancient program where they use religion and new belief systems that they introduced to socially engineer the population. So the aspect of Project Ibis that I'm going to talk about actually has to do with why it's called Project Ibis. Because if you were to look at the other aspects that we know about, you would say it isn't about ancient religions or Egypt. It's about time travel experiments. It's about abducting children with psychic abilities. So the reason I was abducted is because, from what I understand, my soul was hijacked upon entering the planet over 2 lifetimes ago at some point. I've been in the programs for 2 consecutive lifetimes, starting in the mid-1940s. And my first lifetime, I was what you would call a sleeper. And what a sleeper is if you're in the programs, you're going to have memories that are going to surface. There's no way to completely contain it. They can't suppress it completely. So as you grow older, the memories start to surface. A sleeper is somebody who was killed before age 30, at which point they can easily manage them and then just recycle them back into the programs. And the person that is in the society that they're killing is what you would call the original self. And that's the part of you that they use. They keep that part in society, because to keep that version of you inside a military base under controlled conditions, that falters mental illness. That'll create mental illness in an individual. It's very, very, traumatizing. So they need to keep you as mentally healthy as possible to a certain degree, depending on how you're handled. And they put you in society in what's called an engineered lifetime. So what I'm doing now is explaining what a MILAB is to some degree. There's some variation there. MILAB means military abduction or military abduction victim. And these are usually done with the cooperation and assistance of extraterrestrials and ET technology. They can manipulate the timeline, and they can seamlessly, literally splice into it, take you out of it, put you into an alternate timeline, or just take you out of the situation and put you back into the timeline at the point that they abducted you. So there's no missing time. People that have missing time generally have missing time because they want someone, they want the individual to know that something has happened to them. And that's how they're being handled. Oftentimes we hear about these people, and in every case when we hear about them, they're being used as a social influencer. So they're being allowed to speak, they're put on a show and they're interviewed, or they're on a podcast, but they're able to talk about it. That's because the ETs generally want you to talk about it. It's part of a social engineering program. It's a controlled type of disclosure. So anyway, I was in this for 2 consecutive lifetimes. I was killed off, from what I can gather, I believe, from what I can remember, it was about age 27. So it was 3 years before age 30. I came into the world in the state of Nevada, and I was a male. And that's all I really know about myself. I have a vague kind of image of myself. I can see my hair color, but not much else. What I know about myself is that, and this is going to go off into left field because it's far out stuff, is that there is an extraterrestrial war. There's a Cold War going on right now over this planet, and has been for a very long time. It has turned into a hot war periodically. The negative side controls things. They don't let the positive ones get in very much. They have very limited access to people. So most of the contact that people get is generally from the negative side, usually masquerading as the positive side, because the other side, like I said, doesn't have access. So anyway, I've been in this 2 consecutive lifetimes. I do know, and I don't know how this, I don't have the memories of this, but I do know that I was a captured asset in this extraterrestrial war. I was put here in a human lifetime up to age, 27. I died sometime in the early 70s, but the problem is that when we think of time, we think of it in a linear manner. The problem is with these programs is they manipulate time. So time is not really linear. So even though I've been in this situation for 2 consecutive lifetimes, it could mean that I've been experiencing this hijacking for perhaps as long as thousands of years, because they can put you into alternative timelines that they control and literally use that as a way of handling you. So in my case, I do know that I was put into various timelines in Egypt and elsewhere. That's why I have all this iconography behind me. I use that as kind of a theme for my YouTube channel, because it has a lot of meaning to me, because I do have some vague recollection of it. It's more of an emotional memory than anything. But I do know that I was put in these different timelines into lifetime scenarios that they engineered. And that was the original self. So that was me. And that was a way of containing me. So in between these 2 lifetimes, there could have been many. I know I was told by my handlers, which is something you can't necessarily trust because they're pathological liars. But if I were to take their word for it, I've got 30 lifetimes in Egypt alone, and who knows where else. And so every one of these, most of them, I'm sure, if not all of them, were very traumatic. I tend to get into lifetimes, and I do things to be an activist. I go against the establishment. When I see something wrong, I go after it. I try to stop it. It's innately in me. It's something that I do. I don't even think it isn't even something that I think about and have to question. I just do it. And as a result, they've put me through a tremendous amount of suppression in this lifetime, which is what we're going to soon be talking about. And I'll explain how the suppression works, what they do to certain people, and how they control the community if we have time for that. So, but anyway, in this lifetime, I was abducted. Actually, let me go back and start when I was probably 2 or 3 years of age. One of the unusual things about me, I can remember all the way back to being an infant. I have a lot of really unusual memory recall, and the mind isn't supposed to be, developed at that point to actually retain those memories. I can remember being in situations where I'm just a few months old and I'm having conversations with someone. I don't know if it's an alter, another part of myself, or a program handler, but I'm having telepathic contact. It could have been through V2K, but back in 74, that was before the 1980 patent for the V2K technology. And what you need to understand, though, is that the US military has had ET tech this entire time since the 40s, if not earlier than that. So just because the patent wasn't issued, and it was in the early 70s at that point, it was 1974, when those things are happening, it doesn't mean that what I'm saying couldn't possibly happen, because they had other technologies much, much more advanced. What we see in the US Patent Office is nothing compared to what they really have. It's just what they've allowed the private sector to develop. So anyway, I had some unusual stuff with that. I had night frights. I had that kind of thing to where, I was afraid of something called a seagull. I have a vague recollection of what this was. I called it a seagull because it was white. It had like a chalk white face and large eyes. What these were ETs that were working with the United States military, and they were doing the abductions. It wasn't the short grays. It was, I really can't even call them grays. They look like grays, but they had chalk white skin, so they weren't gray. They were all tall. They were about 6 feet, very, very spindly. They may have been taller than that. It's really hard to determine from the memory, but they were at least 6 feet. Thin build, very, very small nose, small mouth, just more of a ridge for a nose. And they almost looked like they weren't real. They didn't even look real to me when I was being abducted. They looked like almost like a Halloween costume or like an inflatable head inside a hoodie. So let's get into that abduction. I guess we can do it now. So I was 6 years old. It was the fall of 1980. I was riding further and further away from my house, and I was told not to go to the end, but I was only told to go about 3 or 4 houses up the street each way so that I could be seen. But over time and over several months, things started to get fairly lenient, and I started to go to the park. So I've been riding around the park off and on all day long, and it was about time to go home and eat. It was getting close to 5 o'clock, and I decided I was going to take the long way out of the park and go through the scenic route, which is a path that goes through the center of like a strip of woods that's on one side of the park. It ends at the street where I lived at. So I got on the trail, was on it for just, maybe a minute or so. And I started to get extreme anxiety and fear. And it was the same kind of fear that I remember having in those night frights when I was a little boy. And something would come into the room, but I would never see what it was. I would feel it, I would sense it, I'd be completely gripped in fear, I'd sweat, I'd shake, but nothing would happen. And that's because these memories were being altered. They were being replaced with screen memories. What screen memories are for your viewers is that if they take you, you may be allowed to remember a few events up to the abduction, like in the situation with me. I saw something anomalous, but you may not even see that at all. You may just have a normal experience, and they've completely taken out an entire segment of your memory and they've replaced it with something else that didn't happen. So that's what a screen memory is. And so I'm going up the trail and I'm starting to get really, really frightened to the point where it's just over the top. It's not normal. It's a much higher level of anxiety and fear than normal. And I was having some physiological or psychosomatic effects as well from that fear. And I was afraid of seeing kids in a neighborhood and being by myself and being 6 and knowing that there was a house at the end of my street where some rough kids lived and used to like say stuff to me when I rode by. I was afraid it was going to be them or somebody else. So as I got close, I realized there was a group of them standing around a tree that had fallen. And I didn't want to make eye contact. I was just going to ride straight through and not look at them at all. But as I got close to them, I realized something was weird. They were all dressed in navy blue hoodies. They were all the same height. They were all thin. They had what appeared to be the same shoes on. I can't describe the footwear now because it's been so long, but it was just not your normal looking footwear. It was more like, if you know what minimalist shoes are, they're made for comfort and for ergonomics and stuff, but they're not made for appearance. These looked more like that, almost like a utility shoe of some kind, just like it was a part of a uniform. And they had navy blue pants on. I don't know what the material was. It was probably it may have been like a cotton looking material. Who knows what it was made out of. But I saw this and it looked weird. And I also noticed too that when I could look, and I was only looking at it for a split second, I could see that they had what looked like masks on. It looked like they had ski mask on. At the time, I didn't know what a luchador wrestling mask was, but it kind of looked like that too. What I was seeing was their actual faces, some of them, but I wasn't recognizing it as being, I thought it was a mask because obviously they don't look at anything like humans. Then when I got parallel with them, I had to look at this point. I had to give them a complete straightforward look. And when I did, the one that was, there was one that it did like kind of a high step. He raised his leg out like straight. And then he took this long step where he just kind of fell forward onto his stomach. He didn't actually fall, but his foot fell forward. And when I looked at him, he turned his head. And when he did, I saw half of his face because they were all wearing these hoodies. And what I saw was it looked like a ski mask or some kind of a facial covering. but it had a large almond-shaped eye that was really big, and it had a white kind of like ruffle, not really a ruffle, but like a fringe on how you like a like on a shirt, you'd have like stitching, right? But you'd have another, like another kind of fabric over the edge. I don't know what they call that, but it was a white outline about half-inch wide. So it was accentuating the large almond-shaped eye, and there was no eye behind it. I didn't see anything. It was totally black. Immediately as I saw that, and I didn't make the connection with ETs at 6, I didn't really know it. I didn't know what they were at that point in time. I didn't know what they looked like. I just know that I had things coming out of my closet. I just had presences in my room. I was afraid of the seagull, which I never knew what it looked like. And so, that was the only thing that I knew, except for things that a normal, 6-year-old would know. And as soon as I looked at that and I made the eye contact, I got hit with a jolt of fear that went through my stomach from left to right. And I got hit in the back of my head with what felt like energy, which it was energy. And it literally felt like it had a viscous consistency to it. Like it had more of a physicality to it, like a physical nature. And it just kind of rolled down the back of my spine into my tailbone. And as it hit me, I felt the jolt of fear, and then I felt it kind of migrate straight down my spine. And what I remember was I pedaled out of there as fast as I could. I stopped about halfway up the sidewalk on my street, and I had to stop to get my breath because my side was hurting. And then I kept going, and I got to the house, and they didn't talk about it. I just went about my business and ate, and that was it. Wasn't until years later that I started hanging around with some of the older people, some of the people in the neighborhood. This is back when I was around 16, 17. I started hanging out with the older kids who were in their early 20s. One was 30, and these are obviously adults now. And I asked them, I said, was there ever some kind of a ninja club where people dressed in navy blue pullovers and hung out at the swing? Because that was an area in the park where everyone used to drink at. There was a rope swing there, and for a while they had a log cabin for it. And I just never got that answer. Like, oh yeah, that was us. So it was always a question in my mind, and it just didn't feel right. And I always wondered about it. But I was in denial that I ever had any abductions because I never had any recollection of it. I would have dreams where I would wake up in the middle of the night, scared to death, but inside the dream, which was a nightmare, I dreamt that the presence would come in the room, and I'd feel the fear, and I would get up and try to run out of the room, and I'd be frozen in place, like mid-stride, and I couldn't move. And it felt like this invisible force field that had not just stopped me from moving, but I could not move at all. I was frozen in it. And then I would always wake up. Fast forward a few years, I used to get flying dreams and dreams where I could move objects with my mind. I'd have a lot of dreams like that. But what was unusual is later, when I got into my early teens and into my early 20s, for a period of time, and I think this actually went on for about 20 years, because it started where I was having them frequent, and then it just kind of slowed down a bit, where I would still get them periodically, maybe a couple of times a year. But I would have a lucid dream about me being inside an underground military base. And I would always find the space through weird circumstances. It was never like I was taken there by the military or anything like that. It was always, I would find it on my own, and I would find it in very inconspicuous places. In one dream, I went into a New York City subway, and then I went into some kind of utility room for like a heating system. And inside that room, there was a door that I went through, and I went right into the base. Just like you go from one environment that's completely different through a door, and you're at a base. And another time, I had multiple dreams like of this other type, where I would be in a cave, and I'd be exploring the cave passage, and I would get into a large trunk passage. And at the end of this trunk passage, there'd be a metal door and a security camera. And I would open the door, and I'd go right into this base, always at the same point. It was always at this lowest, because the hallway's in this base. And later on, I found out that this installation is the White Sands, New Mexico base. It's west of the visitor center. It's underneath the mountain range. That's between the visitor center for the missile test range and the city that's on the other side of the mountain range. I don't remember the name. It's a Hispanic name or something. But that's where the underground facility is. It's underneath the mountain range, I think that's a national park or national forest, but it's just a big dry mountain range. And so this installation is there. And I would find this installation through very strange ways. And after actually just recently, I started to look up, lava tubes just out of curiosity. And I found that there are lava tubes in that area. I couldn't find anything on lava tubes being under the White Sands Missile Test Range, but they're in the vicinity of it. And the trunk passage wasn't an actual natural cave as I'm used to, because I'm from the Appalachian area, the East Coast. And I used to go caving. So there was the caves were limestone and it was water that carved them out in every case. In this case, this was a lava tube. And it was a lava tube. And at the end of the lava tube, I don't know if they plugged it up or whatever the case was, but at the end of this lava tube, there was a door that got into the base. So you could leave the base and then go explore, the lava tunnels that were I guess, on one part of the base. And that was a place that I apparently used to go to as a child, because what I was remembering is I was remembering myself as a clone version of me. And I was living in the base and they were actually raising me. And what I would do is I would wander around the base. I pretty much had the run of the place. Nobody talked to me. Nobody told me I shouldn't be here or there. I didn't have any security badges or anything like that. I was just there. I always felt, when I was in the dreams, I always felt that I didn't belong there. But I always felt like I couldn't leave and I was supposed to be there. And that, and the odd thing is that none of the military personnel, none of the people with lab coats on, none of just the regular people walking up and down these hallways would ever make eye contact with me, look my way at all, or even say anything to me. And I was always worried about that. And the other thing I was always interested in looking for was the ETs. I was always looking for them. In these particular dreams, I never saw any. But that was one of the things that I remembered. It was consistent with every one of them. And it was odd because during this point in time in my life, I had an interest in extraterrestrials. I had an interest in all of this, but I never had an interest in what MILABs were. I never knew there was a military connection. I never even thought of it. So none of this, these were things that were happening that I wasn't looking at it the way I should have, because if I did, I would have realized that maybe there's something else going on here, but I was in complete denial about it. And the reason is because, and this is something that a lot of people need to hear. There are so many people out there that have been put into these programs, regardless of what they are. They could be Project Ibis, they could be a reproductive program, a hybridization type of thing that they're doing. Most of the people that are in this don't actually have any memories of it. They don't know that any of these things have happened to them. And because, like I said, they can edit the timeline and edit your memories so that you have no missing time. They don't need to leave scars on you. They can put implants in you without a scar. They can take tissue samples. They can do procedures on you and leave you without a scar. They can regenerate the tissue at the cellular level and hide everything that they did. But they do this on purpose because they want to let their presence be known to the individual. And ultimately, a lot of these people that they choose for this, just like with near-death experiences, they want that person to talk about it. They want them to be a social implant to influence the public, because they know that they can't hide their presence, but they want to put it in a positive light, and they want to engineer the public's response and the interaction. So they do this at the level of the individual on a fairly large scale. So I never made the connections, and I just went about my business and just tried to have a life, but I kept having these paranormal experiences. And over time, I realized that they were extraterrestrial in nature, but it wasn't until I got involved in one of the most, I guess, bizarre things that you could possibly get involved in, which in my opinion, which is a satanic cult, and an online satanic cult at that. So to make this story make sense, just think of me as being in the situation where I've had these things happen to me, but I'm not aware of it. I'm approaching age 30. Of course, that's when these memories start to surface. So what I found out is what these ET military programs will do with a lot of people is either they'll take two approaches. Well, there's three approaches: completely suppress the person, and in some cases they can successfully do that. But we really don't know exactly how they do it because those people don't come forward. So hold on just a moment. Obviously they're not going to come forward because they don't remember, but there are signs in their life that they're ignoring, just like I was. So if they can suppress someone like that, then that's what they do. But then you have another category of people, and these are the people that are going to wake up. So what do you do with them? And in this case, from what I've seen, there's two different ways to handle this. You start to induce the memories in them, and then you feed them a controlled memory stream, at which point you can use that to handle them. You can keep them in a perpetual state of recovery and, anomalous, trauma recall, to where they're constantly going through memory recall and then having to cope with it. And it kind of puts them on a hamster wheel where their life is just kind of stuck. And you see a lot of this in the community. They'll have it on their Facebook page. They'll talk about it a lot. It's their way of trying to cope with what's going on. And those people, a lot of those people don't go public, but some of them do. And then they use that, and they use what they're doing in the public eye as another way of handling. I mean, there's various ways to do this. I don't have time today to get into that, but that's the one category. And then there's the larger category, which is what I fit into. These are the people that get put through spiritual deceptions, psychic deceptions. And this is where what I call virtual temple complexes come into the picture. And in my case, they use the satanic cult. And the reason is, now what they do is they normally will use something from the occult, or which is a much smaller program, or the much bigger program, which is the New Age movement. And that's why the New Age is so prevalent within the ET contactee community, because they are using it as a way to handle people, to control them, and to control the way they perceive what's happening to them, and what they perceive to be happening to others. It's a way of managing the population, or a subculture or a subset of the population. And it's for the continuity of the government, because people like myself have the potential to change everything if left unmolested and unhijacked. Project Ibis is a program that does a lot of things, but the largest portion of it has to do with the creation of virtual temple complex cults and belief systems for the purpose of controlling certain segments, certain targeted segments of the world population that are subject to waking up, or just here. They may not be in programs. There's a larger portion of the population they call star seeds that aren't in these programs, that are in society with the potential to have the capacity to change things. And this is where you get people say that I volunteered to come here. A lot of these people are also prisoners and are kept here under the storyline, or the spiritual deception that they're here, to do something positive, when in fact they're here as a prisoner because they came from someplace else. And as far as I can see, this planet is used as a prison. And the entire world itself has been hijacked, and it's been kept in a perpetual collective mind wipe through endless cataclysms over and over again, that range roughly every 7,000 years or more. It really depends on, because you have larger cataclysms such as geographic pole shifts, you have regional cataclysms, you have impact events, which are regional, and some that are so intense that it just takes out the entire whole civilization. And then you have man-made catastrophes that are engineered through the interaction with extraterrestrials and their influence, so that humanity does a mass suicide event, such as the Atlantis story, which is one of those. And there's likely more of them, because this has been going on for a very long time. So by mind wiping the population and then mind wiping the individual, they can create this I guess you could call it a cosmic transdimensional Wizard of Oz or Fantasy Island scenario, or like a Truman Show. And so that's pretty much what's happening roughly. But anyway, getting back to what's happening with me, is that I was put into this spiritual deception And they built it up over a long period of time through these experiences. Now, I can't continue to go forward with this until I cover one specific thing that's extremely important. I have a memory that goes beyond this lifetime. And for a long time, I was under a false premise that this was an extraterrestrial memory that was on another planet. The reason being, well, in the first place, it felt more like a heavenly realm because I had this since I was a child. This is really my earliest memory. I don't know when it surfaced. I can't pinpoint that time, but I've always had it. It's excuse me. It's always been there to alter the way I perceive reality and my life in general. And so when other kids my age were contemplating whether there's a soul, whether there's an afterlife, I never questioned any of those things because I could remember it. It wasn't something that I shared with the adults because they wouldn't listen. I would get laughed at. I couldn't share it with I wasn't able to talk about it with really anybody for most of my life. And I'm going to describe it right now. I remember being in a room. It was originally in a white haze. And this is why I had the more theological viewpoint towards it. I thought it was a heavenly realm. It matched what I saw on, movies and what people talked about heaven as being. It's a white light area. It's like, and sometimes they talk about there's, clouds and stuff and harps and the angels and things. And that's what you get as a kid. But later you start hearing the stories about, NDEs and there's a bright light. So you make that association. This has to be a heavenly realm. The weird thing about it is that I was being put into something and then my soul was being sent into a fetus. So it had some unusual caveats to it that didn't quite fit. So I never really fully accepted it as a full spiritual experience. Later in life, when I got into my early teens, I started having flashbacks and they were in consecutive order. They were in perfect chronological order as the events happen within the memory. So the things that I forgot as a young child were now restored in my memory and new things were added to this. And so I had a greater understanding. Also, the white haze was almost gone. It was still there to obscure things. So I couldn't see exactly what I was looking at. I mean, if I saw a device with a light on it, I could see a device with a light on it, but I couldn't make out its exact shape. I couldn't make out if there was writing on it. But what I did see was it was a medical lab. And that's when I realized, hey, this isn't a heavenly realm. And this all kind of coincided with when I started to get like two-way contact and also started when I got one-way contact, which I'll get into in a moment, how I got into the cult. But this particular memory, it morphed into something that I could see fairly clear at this point. So I knew that it was something different. It had that extraterrestrial feel to it. What was unusual is I was talking telepathically with these people, which was the thing that made me think it was something to do with heaven in the first place, because I saw movies as a kid where people were talking telepathically as well as with their mouths and they were in heaven. So anyway, the memory goes like this. I'm standing there and there's three people in the room. There's a male that's over by a computer terminal, which is built into the wall. And I'm going to explain this, how I really see it and how I really remember it now, because I went through a hypnosis session and I was able to get some of this back. So it's a room. I don't know how big it is. It's probably, the size of 2 or 3 average living rooms in a house. It's more like the size of like a surgery room would be in like a surgery center versus a hospital, like an operating room. And there's a large machine that's in the middle of the floor. It's closest thing I could describe it as is an MRI machine. It has that same color to it. It's got a texture to it. It looks like plastic material. It's got, it has a shape to it. It's like a rectangular footprint. It's got vertical sides, but the top is curved, like the top of a stagecoach, like those old stagecoach with the tops on that are rounded. It has a curved top. It has a platform that comes out of the front of it, which is a bed. And then it has a dome hatch, or like a covering that goes down over top of it. It's hinged and it's made out of a type of like it could be, I'm not going to say it's polycarbonate because it's probably an advanced material, but it looks like it's made out of polycarbonate. And it looks like a cockpit, like a lid for a cockpit on an airplane that comes down over top, and it shuts down over the bed and seals around you. And there's a guy that's in front of that on the left hand front end, or actually the rear portion of the room. He's at a computer terminal. There's a shelf desk that's built into the wall. It doesn't have legs. It looks like it's on a track that locks in so they can adjust the height. And at the top of that, there's a row of cabinets, and these cabinets look like they're from the 1960s, early 70s. They have that, it's like a vinyl laminate on them. It's pressed wood with a vinyl laminate that looks like wood, but it looks completely fake. There's that, and there's a table to my right, and there's a device on that table, and there's other types of technology in the room. There's a cube-shaped device to my right on the table with a green LED or some kind of indicator light to it. And in the room, there's a couple of little indicator lights that are on various pieces of equipment. Because when I had the memory recall, I was in this room by myself, and I was able to, to actually interact and actually move around. And I got inside this thing. When you get inside it and it shuts down around you, what I saw is I was in a hospital gown, and I had those little hospital slip-on things for your feet. So it was definitely a medical device. And what I remember doing is I got inside this. Well, I was standing outside at first, and there was a female in the room, and we were communicating telepathically, and I was communicating telepathically with the man who was over by the terminal. And he had asked me what race I wanted to be and gave me white or black. And we were speaking in English, but it was telepathic. So that always had me wondering, because, okay, I know the telepathic mind, there's no, language means nothing. It's just thoughts. So, but you still hear things in a particular language if you want to. And, but it was English. So I knew that something was weird, because the memory obviously had been edited, or maybe it had been, I don't know in that regard. But I do know when it came to looking at these people, they had black boxes, and they had rectangles over their face and eyes, their mouth. So you might have like a rectangle over the eyes and a square over the mouth. And some of them, when I would, depending on where they were in the memory, the whole face may have been shaded as well. So this is an earmark of the type of the kind of contact that I've had with this military program, is they don't want to show their face. And I don't know if it had to do with the emotional impact that such a thing has on someone, but I do know that when you're trying to figure out why they're doing something to you, always look at the impact that it has, what effect it's having on you or society, and then you walk it back and then try to figure out what the methodology was. In this case, the only thing that I can conclude is that it was for psychological impact. It was also to keep me guessing, because they didn't want me to know exactly what this was. So the more but they did want me to think about it. They wanted it to be a foundational memory that all the other experiences were kind of layered on top of. So I had a composite belief system that they created that was obviously in conflict with organized religion and the belief system of everybody around me. So then what happens next is I said to him, and I was trying to make a joke, but it completely fell flat. I said, I prefer to be white due to the racial, or I think it was the racial tension I mentioned. And then I said, besides, I like white skin anyway. And I was referring to it as like a change of clothes, because in the programs, you're basically in and out of different bodies. It's just what you're in. It's a container. You see things differently. I know that now looking back, but that wasn't part of the context of the memory. And so I made this joke, and it just completely fell flat. And they were very authoritarian, which was another piece of conflict with me, because I thought, if I left the benevolent ET culture, why were they so authoritarian in this lab setting when I was doing the soul transfers? So there was contradictory things, but you lie to yourself, and the mind control is basically the whole premise of mind control, is that, you lie to yourself more than anything else. So it's a matter of changing your perception, so that even that inner conflict that's telling you there's something wrong with this, you ignore it. So you stay within the mind control. But anyway, I was having this interaction, and the next thing that happened was I started to protest what they were going to do for me. I was afraid that they were going to make me visually handicapped. I was afraid they were going to make me mentally handicapped. And the reason was because I could remember someone, and I was reflecting on it. from an emotional point of view, and I was remembering this friend of mine was very, very close to me, and how really close we were, and I could see him as he was in that setting when I was with him, and then I could see him as he was currently. I could see, and he was in a lifetime, an engineer lifetime, where he was really badly handicapped. He had something similar to what Stephen Hawking has or had, to the point where he was very, I mean, his whole body was contorted. And he was in a wheelchair. He was there with his mother, and there was a couple of children, and she was pushing the wheelchair down the sidewalk of a large city that felt like Chicago. And I was thinking of, and I was seeing the way he was, and I was protesting to them, and I was saying, this is not going to work for me. And I kept saying, it's not going to work. I said it several times in the memory, until the female walked up to me and got within about a foot from me and stared me right in the face and said, you've got to take a handicap. And of course, I couldn't see her face. That's when I saw the black box, and I saw the black rectangle obscuring what her face really looked like. But they did have skin that was close to what you would see from people from like southern India, because northern Indians have a lighter complexion. The southern Indians have a complexion more like people from like the Hawaiian Islands or something. But they had some facial features that I could see that were around outside of those, where it was obfuscated, that they appeared, to be either Asian or maybe Polynesian or maybe Indian of descent. What I found out later in life is that this is a race called Hajayans, and they look like 8-foot tall humans with longer legs and shorter, they have a physical form where their legs are longer and their arms are a little bit longer. And they're very, very tall, fairly muscular, and they have vertical slit eyes. So this is another ET race. And in this case, I don't believe that this race was working with them. I believe that they were using these container bodies like they do with all of the other container bodies that they possess. They create various lines, and then they put souls in them as slave labor. So in this case, these people were mind controlled, possibly alters from others, and they were in these Hajayan hybrid container bodies. And I say hybrids because this was white sands. They were able to breathe the atmosphere as is. So there was some, genetic engineering that allow them, to do that, because I do know that race needs higher nitrogen in their atmosphere in order to handle it. So they would need some kind of supplementation. So naturally, they would be adapted to this earth and the atmosphere. So anyway, the next thing that happened was after I protested and I thought about my friend, who, by the way, was a trauma twin in the programs, which I'll get to shortly. And they told me to get into this machine. I got into it, the lid shut down, and then the three of them stood on my left-hand side. So in this case, my feet were facing the end of the bed of the machine. My head was at the end where the large area, I would say the main section of the machine was, and they were standing on my left-hand side. And we were talking telepathically. And they said some encouraging words. I don't remember exactly what it was. But after that, the entire chamber filled up full of light. And then I could see a fetus that was at about the 12th week of conception. And what I was told is that they have to put you in at that point, because if they don't, a soul is born in your, and that's how a soul is actually, made. It has to do with the physical container body becoming self-aware. And then that creates a memory within, the mind of our creator, which then therefore creates a soul. And that's how it was explained to me. And if they don't put you in at that point, they have to kick someone out to put you in. So that's how this works. So what I was remembering was, and it was a procedure under the program called Project Alpha, which is a super soldier program, but it's also part of Project Surrogate. I don't know a lot about Project Surrogate, but what I do know is that it does involve putting people in engineered lifetimes by putting them in the womb right around that time. And that's about really my extent of the knowledge of it, but it's I'm sure it's done on a much larger scale. It may be done too for social engineering purposes and so forth. my involvement of it had strictly had to do with being put in this lifetime. So, so anyway, that's what happened in that particular memory. So that was a foundational memory that everything was like layered on top of over the the whole course of my life. So moving forward, as I had various experiences that showed me that I was different, I got to a point. This was 2003. I had a violent allergic reaction to the allergy drug Singulair. And I was hospitalized 3 different times over the course of about 5 days with an extremely high fever. And I was falling into the grace period of my health insurance. So I was telling them I was uninsured, so they weren't keeping me to really run the tests that were expensive to find out what was wrong with me. So by the 3rd time, they admitted me, and then that's when they determined, and then they finally ran the test, and they determined I had a bad reaction. But I was in there for close to a week, and at the end of the week, they finally let me shower. And at which point, I think I'd gone like 3 days at this point because I'd been in and out in the early part of that. My wife helped me shower, and one of the side effects of the medication is I couldn't move my limbs. Everything locked up. So I didn't have use of my hands. So she had to help me take a shower. When I left the shower and I walked out into the area around the nurse's station, there was a room behind me. There was a man laying in a bed. And I was waiting in front of the doorway for her. And I could sense this man's pain. This was the first time that I had an empathic psychic interaction. But I felt the pain from him. I looked behind me and I looked at him. He was covered in lesions, and he said, "Help me." I immediately started to cry, and I had to walk away. And I went to the hospital room where I was staying in, and I just waited there for my wife. But I had to let the emotions out. This led to 3 weeks of nonstop interactions like this with people. It was almost every day I would pick up someone's emotions and their thoughts. I was in a UPS store. There was a woman who came in who stood at the very far corner of the store. And it was me and like 3 guys there, something like that. And I could sense that she had been raped and that she was very uncomfortable with all these men in the room. And she was staying out of line and away from everybody because of that. And I picked that up on her. I had an interaction with a person in a sociology class at Fort Meade High School that I was taking. And she had a spider bite and wasn't feeling good. And she didn't like me. And I noticed that, but we had a little thing that we did, for the class. So we had to move our seats. We had an exercise and we had to talk about it. So as she was talking about hers, I had already went, and I kept sensing this hostility from her. And I just blurted out right in the middle of her presentation, "Hey, I'm sensing a lot of hostility from you. Are you okay?" And that's all I said. And she immediately stopped what she was saying and apologized to me, and as if she had done something. And I noticed what was happening is that the people that I was confronting who had these negative emotions, whether it was towards me or just in general or something they were going through, they didn't ask me how I knew. They immediately assumed that they had done something to indicate that they needed to explain themselves. And then I'd have this interaction with them and it would validate what I was feeling. And what was happening, which now that I look back and I've analyzed all this stuff, is they were engineering these psychic experiences to prove to me that I was different. At which point, at the end of this 3-week period, I had a psychic download and I had a telepathic communication, which told me that I needed to go on the internet and find people like myself. And I was extremely driven towards this. So for 2 years, all I did was search the internet. And this was not long after I'd gotten the internet. So this was 2003. So I'd gotten the internet about 3 years prior, around 2000 or 1999. That's when I got my first computer. And I was kind of late, to the game with that. But all of a sudden it became, like this everyday quest to find people. So I was starting to join Yahoo groups for empaths. That's the first place I went. I couldn't get anywhere with that. Nobody would answer questions. It was as if I was being ignored. It was every place I went. It was just I didn't get anywhere with anything. And I continue to have these experiences. And but I was driven at a subconscious level to where it was an intuitive, it was a really big intuitive push is what it felt like. It's because at the time they were hijacking my intuition. And I thought that I was on this kind of spiritual quest to find people like myself. And I didn't know what these other people were, what I was, but I knew that I needed to find them. Finally, I kept going. I looked everywhere. I started looking into the occult. That was the last place that I'd ever wanted to look. And I figured, okay, if I'm going to look in the occult, I'm going to go for the Satanism first, because that's the obvious place to, that's where the big things happen. You hear all the stuff that, that's where the spiritual activity really heats up when you get into the occult, but yet it doesn't in the the other end of it, because it's about faith. So that was what I was programmed to think. So anyway, I found this group called the Joy of Satan, which is still a group today. It's still a virtual temple complex, but the energy seems to have waned a bit. And I don't know if it's still being used. I'm assuming it is. It's probably still being used for this to some degree or another, but it was really intense when I got into it. Okay, so this is 2000. We're now in 2005. I've searched for 2 years. So first thing I did is I contacted the cult's creator. Her name was Andrea Harrington. She was going under the name High Priest Maxine. She was married to Cliff Harrington, who incidentally was at the time was like, I think, second or third in command of the American Nazi Party which was headquartered out of Oklahoma, and which I didn't even know this, but the Joy of Satan actually had the same exact PO box as the American Nazi Party for several years. So the people at the post office were stealing their mail, which obviously, you live in the Bible Belt. Now, Emma, think about this. I've said this to other people in interviews, like, if you're working at the post office and you're like, say, a Baptist, and you go to church religiously every week, you go to the church retreats, you do the whole thing. You're working at the post office, and here you've got the American Nazi Party and the Joy of Satan in the same post office box. People are going to like say, to hell with the federal mail regulations. I'm going to cause some mischief here. I'm going to make some mail disappear for just God in general and for the betterment of humanity. I mean, we've got the American Nazi Party, we got the Nazis and Satan all in one mailbox. So these are the things that you overlook when you're being mind controlled, because who would ever go to this source to try to find anything or to try to answer the questions you're trying to answer? But what was going on is I was being subconsciously programmed. The psychic experiences were intensifying. I was being pushed in this direction, and it felt like the right word. It felt like I was going to the right place. And so I contacted this person, and she immediately responded to me, which was unusual from what I had seen after that. Normally people don't contact her, and she tried to keep her all of her correspondence to a bare minimum. She had people who were underlings, who were other members of, the clergy, that would handle all of that. But for me, it was as if it was like the red carpet was being rolled out. So I exchanged quite a few emails with her, maybe at least 7, and they were quite long. And I told her a lot about these experiences. And for once, I had somebody that was willing to listen. I mean, she explained everything from her point of view, from the programming she had, because she herself was actually a military MILAB victim, and she was put in Project Ibis. She had these memories of Egypt as well. And everything that I found in this cult fit. One of the first things that they hit me with was exposing Christianity, which was this complete, and this is the interesting thing. Prior to going into this cult, I had gotten to the point where I was conditioned almost to be an atheist, but I wasn't, because I was having these experiences. So I considered myself a spiritual atheist. And that was somebody that had spirituality, that knew the soul existed, but didn't subscribe to any of the religions. And so I was this outcast looking for a place to go. And here I find this website, and it's telling me it's exposing Christianity. And the reason I'd been through the atheist thing, or the agnostic phase, was because the contact that I was getting always told me that Christianity and mainstream religion wasn't for me. And so that was like, I was conditioned to have an aversion to all of that, and to just gravitate towards, kind of a spiritual no man's land, which was to be defined later. And so I started reading all the astrotheological stuff, where they talk about the different, there's like 16, 17, Messiah figures in ancient history that have a similar, life story to Jesus and so forth. So I was in that, and I was doing a lot of research in that. So what I found was not just me, but a lot of the people that I met in the cult had been through the same exact things. They went through the psychic experiences. They had those all their life. Usually there was one big psychic event that kind of really set things apart and really got their attention. I had them, and I also had this memory. Some of the people had memories as well. They were different. Sometimes some of the people would have they would astrally project with their father or mother. They would have this kind of MILAB sort of thing going on in their family, but I didn't know what MILABs were. I just thought that these were all people that had something to do with Inky, because the entire premise of this cult, it wasn't about Satanism really at all. What it was about is that it was about the Anunnaki. So this was an Anunnaki cult using Satanism and psychological camouflage. And what I found out is that, by going through this experience and by doing research and talking to other people over the years, is that the ETs and the military programs use the Anunnaki story as a kind of a stepping off point from mainstream religion to get people oriented with the extraterrestrial propaganda program that then they enslave them with and use it for mind control after the fact. So the Anunnaki religion, which it's kind of become, there's various spin-offs of it, but the Joy of Satan was a spin-off of the Zecharia Sitchin books, combined with Aleister Crowley's work, Eastern religions, Gnostic Christianity. Where in Gnostic Christianity, I've heard this through a researcher, so I haven't confirmed it myself, but I've heard that in Gnostic Christianity that that the God that the Christians worship is actually the devil. They sort of flip it, because of the nature of the Old Testament, I believe. So that's what I've heard, but I'm not an expert in that field. So if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. But they were using this whole belief system as a stepping off type of thing. And I was already primed and prepared I was conditioned to accept all of this. The other things that I noticed too, it's like now I'm being told that all of the stuff, that all the mainstream, religions believe is false, that really it's all based on this Anunnaki story. And that there's a creation story within the Anunnaki story that everything is based on. So now everything makes sense now. The ETs are the ones behind this. And perhaps what I'm dealing with is extraterrestrial. Okay, so I'm reading this website now, like literally every day. I'm constantly on it. I'm going back to it. I'm not paying attention enough to recognize that there's another website that's a companion that's linked to this that's overtly an extreme Nazi. I mean, it literally had Heinrich Himmler as a humanitarian, like a shrine. There was a page of him, it was like a shrine, I remember. And that was being kept separate because the program worked in such a way that the military wasn't really concerned if the people got involved with Nazis, and that wasn't the point. The person who was doing the website and created the cult was a Nazi. Her husband was, and that's where she got it from. But they were allowing her to inject that in for one reason, and that reason is because in the programs there's a huge Nazi presence. So they were using that. One, they were allowing her to do it because she needed it in the situation she was in. This was the appropriate way to do it, was to infuse her Nazi beliefs in this theology that they're giving her. But at the same time, it's an intuitive hit for people in programs. So now I looked at my lifetime and I've analyzed all of this. I've seen where, I was turned away from mainstream religion. I was conditioned for that. That plugged me into the part of the website called Exposing Christianity. It then set me up into the Anunnaki religion, which is a stepping stone from the mainstream religion. It had the Nazi angle, which is the real society. The entire theology of this is that, what they talk about on the website is that Hitler made contact with Nordic ETs, and they were helping Hitler or the Nazi regime create this world government or whatever they were trying to do, which was supposed to be the positive ETs in control of the planet, when it was actually the opposite. So they've mixed all these elements that create intuitive hits in anybody that's been inside these programs. So this entire theology, from what I could see, was engineered to attract a certain targeted audience. The main targeted audience was MILABs. They're in the programs. Now, these were different types of MILABs, but they fit into a different category, one of which these were people that could not be fed memories and be made into the next SSP superstar. These were people that were going to break the mind control programming, that were going to see things as they were. And what I mean is that the people in there weren't looking to worship Satan. They weren't looking to be evil. They were actually looking to take down the New World Order. And of course, you have the whole Jewish conspiracy feeds into that as well, which was one of the distractions in this group. And it actually caused a split. So you had the Nazi people, and then you had the non-believing Nazis, the ones that didn't want to associate that with that, and they would create their own subgroups, which was encouraged. These are spiritual warfare groups. But everything in the Joy of Satan theology, so much of it, you can, if you look at it, you will see how this connects to the SSP programs. You'll see how it connects to the Nazi aspect of this, not just the secret societies, but a breakaway civilization and a secret space program. So all the elements are there. They're just masked and presented in a different way, wrapped up in this whole Anunnaki story. So it's like the perfect way to draw someone in at a subconscious level using the programming, and then essentially wreck their life. Because what it does is it either does one of two things. I've seen there were people in there that had positive contact, and they were being handled, and they had all the same types of facets in their, with their family. They had psychic family members. There were people that had ET contact, abductions, but everyone was under this entire spiritual kind of, just deception, and it was mass mind control. And what I saw is another pattern that you see in the programs, which is the programs use people that are MILABs to control their MILABs. It's MILABs abusing MILABs. And in this case, it's the same thing in society with these virtual temple complexes. They take a MILAB, they mind control them, they condition them over the course of their life. And at some point they have an awakening. And I had one, and so many other people do. And then they steer them into being a cult member. I mean, actually the creator and facilitator of a cult, an online cult. And the past, it used to be meetings. You'd meet through, you maybe connected through a UFO magazine, or if you lived in an area like Sedona, Arizona, or parts of California, there was enough people around that could form these ET cults. And we've had plenty of them. We have, they go back for a long time. You can look through history and look at all the different ET cults. But what I found out is that these ET cults in the New Age, as well as these new belief systems, such as the Joy of Satan, were all part of a military MILAB program called Project Ibis, which means that people like George Van Tassel, who created a cult where he had the Integratron, they were channeling the Ashtar command, and they actually had a ritual chamber in Nevada, where he had an airstrip. He was an airplane mechanic, and he had an airstrip. And when he started getting this contact, he was directed to do all these things. He built this thing called the Integratron, which is a acoustically tuned ritual chamber, much like you'd find in ancient temples, where you can use sound to induce altered states. And clearly this is the same tech, the same programs that they used in Egypt and all across the ancient world to basically create a type of Joy of Satan type of scenario, where you have a cult under a guru that's an abduction victim, that's being taken by these ETs and put through this, be conditioned in order to do this. And this is what you get with the pharaohs and so forth. You get a top-down ET system of social management using abducted proxies. So anyway, that's what I was going through with this cult. And within a short period of time, I started to just talk about myself and the cult. And one of the things that happened the very night that I decided to join the cult, this is probably after the 6th or 7th long email to this woman who was running the cult, I told her, she invited me into the Yahoo group. And she goes, why don't you join the Yahoo group? And, and some of the things that she said to me, she said that the reason you're having these psychic experiences is because you have open chakras, and because and while you're and all these experiences are happening, and she said because you've been with Satan before. Now what that meant was, in her mind, that's how she saw it, but in reality, what she was really saying to me is like, Nathan, you're in the programs just like I am, and you've been in the programs for a very long time. It was a way of saying that you've been with Satan before. Really, it meant you were in the military MILAB programs. And so our interaction kind of fizzled out after that. I had some contact with her, but I went right into the group. And that night that I decided, I had an experience. And this is what really pushed me. And this was the final push that I needed. I was typing the name Satan in the email, and I typed S. And as soon as I did, this entity came in, and I'm in a room that's an addition. It was a porch that was closed off. So it has one way in, and it's rectangular. I'm at the end of it. And then the entrance is like 10 or 15 feet that way to my left. This silhouette of a being comes in, a thin-billed man that looked like he had a headdress on. He looked like the Predator. It looked like heat coming off of a pavement, but it had that look like the Predator movies have, where it's a distortion, which you can make out a silhouette. And I could tell it was a male by the energy. He came in and he lifted his arm, and it sounded like a rain stick as he touched me, but he touched my left side from the top of my head down to about my waist. As he did, now prior to this, I took several bong hits, probably 6 of them. And I was having spinal pain. And at that point, I had my first round of surgeries, but I was still having, at L5 at the very end of my spine, I would have a constant soreness from what was going on there. It was osteoarthritis. And I didn't have a fusion yet. So that disc was hurting still. And immediately, as soon as I was touched, the pain from my disc went away. And I was completely sober. Not just that, I was charged up, this really positive feeling energy. And this positive feeling energy lasted for 5 days. I had a buzz literally for 5 days. I kept waking up feeling amazing, no pain, and just euphoric and like just really good. And incidentally, over the course of this experience, over the next 7 months, I did have a meditation experience where I had a memory recall of the Great Pyramid. And I was standing in front of it at a fair distance. I can't really tell how far away I was because I'd have to actually go to the site, which I haven't, to be able to tell you that. But I was standing on a stone pathway that went straight to the center of it, and there was 2 arched palm trees that were in front of me, but they're over my head. And I was looking up at them, and they were arched like that. And it was so clear. I mean, I could see, I had perfect vision. I could see I could actually count the fingers on it. And what was cool about it is that I'm looking at the pyramid at nighttime. I could feel the air. It was dry and arid. So it was during a period like it is now. There's not a lot of rain. The pyramid looked like it was made out of gold, and it looked like that Iron Maiden cover. It was like an entire gold pyramid, and it had a glow to it. It's white limestone, but at nighttime, because it actually produced its own energy, and it had a mind-altering effect. So the energy that was producing was creating a glow, and it was even all down the sides of it. It looked like solid gold against a completely black night sky. It was incredible looking just to look up and to see this. And you felt it all through you. There was an energy emanating from the pyramid complex that felt identical to the energy that I got charged up with that night in that room. And it's an energy that they use for mind control. It's been used in the ancient world with the megalithic temple structures. The pyramids generate it, and it's a psychic energy that they can generate with tech or their own psychic. The ETs I'm referring to are those in the programs, and they use this type of frequency or energy to mind control you, and it feels really, really positive. It feels good. I mean, and it just has a specific, it's like a flavor almost of psychic energy. I mean, all energy has a specific frequency that you can remember, like a fingerprint or a flavor or smell. But this had its own unique feel to it. And I recognized it from that memory and also that night. So this was all done all this was done intentionally. They wanted me to make this connection with them, the pyramids, the whole thing. I went through very much the same thing that Maxine, the high priestess, Andrea Harrington went through. I was involved in it with a group of people. And so once I started talking about that experience, I got recruited the same day that I put the post out into a spiritual warfare group called The Order. There was a kid, he was 17 at the time. He was from Ontario, Canada, and he was the handler. And I had no idea what a handler was. So for those of you who don't know what a handler could be somebody that starts a cult under Ibis, for example, and it becomes a mass handler, a big starseed influencer, a leader of a cult, anything like that. It could also be someone who has like a channel, and they do super soldier stuff, or they talk about SSP. They could turn any of these people into a social media influencer and push propaganda. If you're out doing SSP stuff, one of the common things that they'll do is they will get people that have that are heavily mind controlled, that have false memories. Oftentimes, these memories discredit their other. What it does, it discredits the other part of their testimony. And so where, you have a completely serious story, and then all of a sudden you have this experience that it is something directly out of a movie, a comic book, anything like that. Now, a lot of the pop culture, say the video games, movies, TV shows, a lot of it is taken from people's testimony. Some of it is being fed to people subconsciously, or even direct where they hand out a script, because you have the CIA controls Hollywood, and the FBI is involved in this as well, because they're now the new civilian intelligence agency that's taken place of the CIA, because they were never allowed to be that. They're an international agency, not a domestic one. But they're engineering this, and it has a twofold purpose. The main purpose of it is, for one, it's to make money, because our stories are fantastic, and you can't get a fiction writer to write stories of this kind. But the other reason is to openly discredit us, so when we start talking about our experiences, it'll match up. Some of it may match up with a movie, a comic book, TV show, whatever, at which point the skeptics will look at it and laugh and say, this is a LARP. They don't even have original ideas. They're stealing from someone's intellectual property and embellishing themselves and making an ass of everyone. So it makes the general public ignore us. Unfortunately, I don't see people recognizing that. They just kind of run with it, and it makes it worse. And then when you call it out and you say, wait a second, maybe this needs to be framed in a different way, or we explain this before we go into these stories, maybe that would help the public acknowledge that maybe there's something truthful to what we're saying versus just being BS. So just wanted to get that out of the way, because that does upset people if I were to frame it in an incorrect way. But these things are happening to people. They don't necessarily happen exactly like the comic book, but a false screen memory will give you the exact comic book story that you recount and discredit yourself. So anyway, give me a second. Anyway, I kind of lost my train of thought of where I was heading with that as far as a point goes, but getting back to the spiritual warfare group stuff. Yeah, I was talking about handlers anyway. So the thing with handlers is, you have these mass handlers, like the ones that run the cults. That's where I kind of got on that subject. And then you have the smaller sub handlers. These are people that follow belief system. Maybe they even have their own belief system, but they either act as healers, or, they offer help to you in the community, but they inadvertently become a handler. In this case, I was exposed to a kind of a system of control that literally had all these different facets built into it in a condensed way, so that I got a crash course in every pitfall you can imagine within the occult New Age community. So here I had a handler experience. This guy, and the handlers always have heightened psychic abilities over the people they handle. They always have something that the people they handle need. They may be a healer. They have greater abilities. They have greater knowledge, whatever it may be. They're set up for this position. In this case, this kid who had a pretty bad personality disorder. I couldn't really pinpoint if it was narcissism or what. It was kind of a combination of things, but he was being used in this position. He was very controlling. So I got put into a position where I was kind of the intermediary from him to the others. I had to make peace. Um, so here I am in this handler situation. But on day one, I meet this other person that immediately I felt a connection with. It was another male. And what's interesting about the situation, it goes deeper than this. 2 years prior to this, I experienced an engineered or induced sexual orientation shift. I went from hetero, right to pansexual, and it happened over, I would say, probably a 2 year period. It was like a gradual shift. And what this was, at the time when I started getting the fake ET contact, they were telling me that they were waking me up to my true nature. But in the reality of the situation, what really was happening is they were doing something that they referred to later as personality rearrangement. And what that involves is blending your personality with the personality of your alters that are trauma splits they've created inside you. Okay. And so they were blending me with a trauma split that I had, which was changing my sexual orientation. They also did it with this other person that I'm talking about. And it's, as it turns out, the reason that they were bringing us together and the reason they wanted us to have this interaction was because he was a trauma twin in these programs. I didn't find this out until much later. I also found out that he was not just a trauma twin, but he was the person that I remembered in that lab when I was doing the soul transference, because he was the one that I was really close to. And I felt this incredibly close connection. The difference was that in the memory, I didn't understand that we had an actual intimate relationship. And it was more than just a very deep, close friendship. So I meet this person and immediately I started having physiological symptoms. My skin would blush. It was psychosomatic things that I never had reactions to another person like that at that level. And there was all of this psychic stuff going on. I literally felt like we had been in love for a very long time. He felt the same thing, but there was a conflict there because this whole thing was completely out of context with the reality I was in. It was extremely destructive. There was a 15-year age difference. I was married. I had a child at that point. My son was born in 2003. So he's almost 3 years of age. I've got all this going on in my life. At this point, I've had a happy marriage. The only bad thing that's happened to me is that I've been injured at work, which really was them making me injured. All of this nasty stuff started happening. So what happened is they brought me to a point in my life where my spine gave out, which was through remote tissue damage technology, through the targeting I was going through. And then I go into a situation where I've got all this free time on my hands, at which point they can isolate me in the house, they can stage these events, and they can get me to spend all of my time focused on researching this and trying to find out who these people are that I need to be part of. And that's where my entire life began to just slide right down into the toilet, and everything went wrong because at that point there was a wedge between my wife. I was taking care of my son. That wasn't an issue. I was the stay-at-home dad at that time because at that time I had been recovering from spine, from surgeries that I had, and I should have been back to work at this point. I had to re-educate myself and do something else. I was in college at the point. I was trying to get into a nursing program, which was a bad idea because of my back. But I could have went into management and did other things. I still had options at this point. But when the targeting began, my priorities changed and everything in my life started to change. At which point, I tried to start a business, which looked great. I had an invention, but ultimately they sabotaged that because they sabotaged my health. So, I was trying to do creative things, but at the same time, I was being muzzled by health problems. I was also being muzzled by remote control speech problems, which, I still have a little bit of that happening with me now, but it's more of like, it's residual neural. I would say what's going on with me is due to nerve damage in my brain, actual neural connections that aren't connecting properly because of what they did to me. But they no longer control my speech to the point where if I were to speak in a work setting, they'd make me stutter. I wouldn't be able to get the words out. I couldn't do my job. They use this not just to keep my mouth shut for a very long time so that I didn't go public, but to limit my ability to make a living and to live a normal life. And they conditioned me not to want to talk to people, especially about stuff like this, because if you can't speak right, then, you know, the last thing you want to do is say something off the wall that you'd have to really explain and sound intelligent to be able to explain it so people can comprehend it and maybe take you a tiny bit seriously. But if you stutter, you're not going to be able to get anyone to take you seriously, and you don't want to talk anyway. It was one of the ways to control me. And they used that in my health problems to pretty much keep me out of work. So my life just went down. It's just got worse and worse and worse. And I'm lucky to even still be married, but over a 15-year period, I was put through some of the worst emotional and psychological remote mind control and torture you could possibly imagine. They weren't abducting me anymore. They stopped that when I was a child, but they didn't have to abduct me anymore. They had what they wanted. And now they needed to control me. And the way they controlled me was through a spiritual deception, using this cult, plus making me physically sick all the time. I wound up having autonomic nervous system failure, where they affected my vagus nerve. That started in 2019. Actually, around 2018 is when it really started. I started having excessive sweating, and the symptoms just kind of built up until I got really full-blown sick, which was like summer of 2019. Actually spring to summer. And so I had all these things going on, and they were just bogging me down with it. And I was getting very, very abusive, what I thought was ET contact. And what they did was, with this individual that I met in this cult, is they did another trauma twin scenario with you know, him and I. And that was extremely destructive. So they brought out the emotions. They did what they call the alien love bite. And I'm friends with Eve Lorgan, who's a researcher, and she's written the book, The Alien Love Bite. And so I've explained so much of this to her. And that's how we kind of hit it off and became friends, because we had some similarities. And I had a very unusual case. But they used the alien love bite scenario. So for those of you who don't know what that is, it can go several ways. You can have a regular alien love bite where there's an extraterrestrial that comes through telepathically or physically during abductions, and psychically over a period of time. And then emotions come out for that individual, at which point that individual becomes a toxic handler for, you know, the person. So you have the alien types of love bites. Then you have the other types of love bites that are more common. These are the ones where they pair you up with someone that has a past life love connection with you. They bring out either cognitive memories, or they bring out a combination of cognitive memories and emotional memories. For me, it was always emotional based memories that had concepts attached to them. But it wasn't cognitive, where I could remember like things that I'd done with this person, but it was intensely emotional based. And then through V2K and through my false ET contacts, they would feed me the story that was often false surrounding that person to substantiate why I felt that way. So that's what they did with him. I wasn't told that we were in a program. I was told that we had this extraterrestrial past life relationship, and that I had multiple partners, and he was one of them. And so it felt completely real from the false perspective, but there was something there. And oftentimes when they pair up somebody in these programs, they do have an actual past life connection. In that case, with him, what they were telling me was true, but the context of it was false. We were prisoners on this planet in these programs being used, and they brought us together in the programs, made us into trauma twins, and used that to mind control, to, you know, inflict pain and punishment to us. So he had memories of me that I didn't remember, that didn't make any sense to the context of what we believed at the time, which he would tell me, says, I remember us being chained in a room on separate walls, and somebody standing there between us beating you to unconsciousness while I had to look and watch it. That's a common thing that they do in these military programs. And what they did, I've explained how I get memories. They're more of a concept, and a lot of it's emotional based. With him, what I get is that we were paired up as children in this program, and they made us into trauma twins. They brought those emotions out, but they made, you know, what they do is they make you torture the person you care about, or they make them inflict harm on you. They do all sorts of horrible things. But they use you, they put you together so that you form a support system. So that's how you make this. Not only do you have the past life connection, but through the torture, through the conditions that you go through, that person becomes your support system. And so that's how they do it. And that's the connection that they create, is that they start with a love, but then they build on it with trauma. So it's a trauma-based toxic relationship. So what happened is when they put us together, they did pretty much the exact same thing. There wasn't any physical stuff, but it was all emotional based, to the point where he attempted suicide when he went into the U.S. Air Force. They stationed him about 2 hours from my house. This was all done intentionally, so we would have the ability to actually meet in person. When we did that, it triggered such an emotional impact that he went the other way and couldn't deal with it. But leading up to that point, it's somewhere in there, he had actually attempted suicide while he was drunk. He pulled out his service pistol that he was issued, and I think he was on the base. And he tried to shoot himself in the head and kept pulling the trigger, and the hammer would jam. Something inside the gun would freeze up and it wouldn't go off. And he tried it several times. He finally gave up. And that was something that they did. I've talked to other people since then who have attempted suicide. One woman took a large overdose of pills for a neurological condition that would have killed her, or killed anyone for that matter, with that level that she took. I think it was Neurontin, which is a very, very toxic nerve drug that's used for Parkinson's and stuff. And I think she took a large overdose of that. She woke up the next day feeling fine, a little groggy, and everything was fine. So, every time that she would attempt suicide through poisoning, nothing would happen. I talked to another MILAB that's actually my neighbor, is a couple doors down from me, who felt a compulsion to be protective over me. Because I, for the most part, have been sick for a long time. So I isolate. I've had to isolate. And you do that, the neighbors talk about you. So he was going around hearing all this stuff and taking up for me. But when we finally actually got to know each other, all this stuff came out. He had tried to shoot himself in the head with a shotgun, and he was sitting on a wooden crate, and the crate busted. And that caused the gun to shift. And as it went off, everything went to the side of his head, and he didn't get hurt. These are things that happen to people like myself in these programs because they do not want to kill you. They don't want you to kill yourself. If they're trying to handle you through trauma, they will bring you close to suicide and then pull you back. They try to get you as close as they can. They pull you away from it. And in my case, what they did to me, when I had the post-traumatic stress disorder, which was 5 years of this, crying 5 to 10 times a day, and it was over him, and it was over the feeling of being I knew that I lived somewhere else. I could feel it. And when I was a kid, I used to look at the sky at, nighttime. I lived near the airport, so there wasn't a lot of stars, but what I did see made me cry when I looked at it. I felt like I should be out there. And then I always wished and always hoped that as I looked at the sky, that somebody who knew me was looking back at me, thinking about me. And then I would eventually get out of here one day. That isn't a normal thing for average, for like a young, for like a kid to think. It's just, there's something to that. And all of this just built up. And now we're in this situation where I'm having all of this contact and I'm being fed this information. I'm being told that I'm an extraterrestrial. I'm being told that, I'm here on a mission, which sounds really familiar. A lot of the people New Age get that. You're on a mission. So I had the awakening. I had the mission due. And what they did is as this cult experience lasted, it actually lasted 7 months. And during the duration of that, I was seeing things that were inconsistent, that others couldn't see because they were blinded by the experience. And what I was seeing is that the angel attacks that we have, because we receive, which you have to understand about the joy of Satan, it's an inversion of the New Age movement. Therefore, everything is inverted. You don't have a guardian angel, you have a guardian demon. And the guardian demon acts just like a guardian angel. And it also becomes your handler. So I had a V2K handler masquerading as an extraterrestrial that initially told me they were Amdusius, a demon from the King Solomon 72 fallen angels. You know, there's a list of them. And what we would do in the cult is that we would use a pendulum, and we'd have these sheets that we had. It was like all of the different sigils, and we'd go from one to the other. And when you get a hit, you know, the pendulum would swing. Well, just to tell you how advanced the technology is, it's easy for anyone to hold a pendulum and make it swing inadvertently. It's the idiomotor effect. So I did it like this. I would lock my arms. I'd have my arms would be rigid, my elbows on the table, and I would hold the pendulum completely still. And it would spin wildly on its own. And there was times where they allowed me to be able to do it. I could make the pendulum move and take it away from them and make it swing the other way, you know, like a tug of war. They can make props move using military tech. So, you know, people would say, oh, that's crazy, Nathan. How do they do all these things? They can telekinetically move objects. They can stop a gun from going off. They can put false memories into your mind. They can move objects in the room. They can move a pendulum, or what they call it, I think the Ouija board, I think the term is planchette. They can move that. They can make any one of your props work like it's a spirit. I mean, they literally have that technology to do that, and they can astral project and manifest and actually create what could be, I don't know how it's done, but what I was seeing when I saw that being with heat coming off of a pavement, that could have been an actual being there, or it could have been a type of projection of some kind. I've even had experiences where I was pulled out of my body and my consciousness, my point of attention was shifted onto a moon where I was attacked by really tall grays, about 7-8 feet tall. They were wearing robes that plunged a sword into my stomach. I had experiences like that when I was meditating, where I was literally 1 second I'm on the couch, the next minute I'm someplace else completely, and it's completely real. The only difference is I can't feel the weight of my body. I couldn't feel my feet touching the ground, but I could feel them grab me. I couldn't feel the pain of the sword, but I could feel it enter my body. I've had experiences like that. Some of the members of the group were hiking, and it was like, and they lived in London, but there was a park somewhere near where they lived at. They were walking down a wooded trail, and they walked through a veil of energy, and suddenly they're in another world where there's angels coming at them with swords, and they're having a sword fight in the middle of a park, in the middle of a trail. It lasts a minute or so, or a couple of seconds, however long it lasted, and it fades away, and they're back in the park again, and there's nothing happening. They have that technology to create what I call individual and a group consciousness simulation experience by shifting your consciousness, or even creating a portal that pulls you into it. In the case with the situation I went through, it was similar to the drug salvia. I'd experimented with that a couple of times when I was younger, in my mid-20s, and actually my early 30s. And what salvia totally takes you out of this reality, and you're in a completely different one. And you have no recollection of self and how you got there. But as you try to move within this reality, you're actually physically flailing your arms around. So you need a sitter. You need somebody to be there with you. But what I experienced is that at one point when I first did it without a sitter, I was actually a bookcase in a movie theater. And I was trying to get out of the book. I was trying to get myself out of the bookcase so I could be myself again. I pulled my arm out, and as I did, I suddenly became aware that I was sitting in my office chair, and that I had lifted my arm off the arm of the chair. And then this incredible force just went bam and like slammed it down on the arm of the chair. And I went right back into the hallucination, and I was back in the alternative reality, and I saw a hole literally seal up. And then I was back in the world of the salvia drug. What I noticed is when I was trying to pull away from these tall grays, when I was on my couch in the middle of the night doing a meditation, I'm on the moon now, this moonscape. It wasn't the kind of moon we see with Apollo. This was like an actual muddy moonscape with mud, and it had like smooth, it almost looked like a riverbed that I was standing in, and it was really dimly lit. And I didn't feel the cold or the warmth or anything. There wasn't any temperature there. I was just present. And as I pulled my arm, because they had my arms behind me, as I pulled my right arm forward, I literally saw myself as I was laying on the couch. and my arm lifted up off the couch, and I realized I was meditating. And exactly the same as the Salvi experience, my arm slammed down, and the hole in, the area that I could see was my living room, sealed back up. I was fully back in the simulated experience that they were inducing in me. So what I experienced was a completely artificial, tech generated experience through the United States military using alien tech. And that was the joy of Satan experience in a nutshell, that lasted 7 months. But once that ended, the extraterrestrials that I was talking to had conditioned me to get out of it. And I'd been seeing inconsistencies, such as we used to meet, like when there was an angel attack, we would contact each other in instant messenger, and we'd get as many people as possible to help the person who was getting attacked. All of this was simulated by tech. So you'd go into a trance, you would meet these other people in the astral, and then you'd have this psychic war with whoever they were, whoever they had to face. The last time that I did this, and leading up to this, I was seeing inconsistencies, and I started to realize that maybe the demons and the angels were on the same side, and maybe this was a ruse. As I started to recognize that, they started feeding me little clues, that indicated that I was right. One of the clues came on the last time I had a spiritual warfare experience, is that the angels that were coming at me, when they got close, were obviously, they were made out of tissue paper, like you'd see in a haunted house when you have a ghost that flies through. And I could see the pulleys. I actually saw the pulley, and I saw the cable, and it was literally making a sound like a wheel going down a cable, like a squeaky pulley sound. And they were just coming at me, and they would turn into tissue paper and just like float the other direction. And it was at that point that I realized that they were telling me this was BS. That's the point where I told everyone. And of course, at that point, they kicked me out of the spiritual warfare group. At this point, I was suspected as I was a disruptor. I was possessed. The angels were controlling me, and they were showing me things that were true, to question Enki and the entire composite religion. And essentially, I had to go. So I couldn't talk within the joy of Satan because they had heavy censorship. So all of this was done in a subgroup. And then a second group that I went to, who I also warned, they also kicked me out within a week as soon as I brought this up. So I was just completely expelled from that experience because they didn't want me spilling the beans to tell everybody else that it was bullshit. So then the extraterrestrials that were really military handlers from a specific tech company that I'm not allowed to speak about, they transitioned me into the New Age belief system, at which point I became a star seed on a positive mission. The mind control was so intense that all of the abuse, which also included sexual abuse, which started at age 7, I had to call what I call psychic sexual abuse. This is where they induced the Monarch programming in you. And the Monarch programming was used heavily against me when I was in the joy of Satan as well, because what it was doing was, some people are, when they have the Monarch program, they become sex addicts. I became kind of a solo sex addict. So it became a porn addiction. It became a very unhealthy association with destructive sexual thoughts. This is something that they started at age 7. So, and as horrible as it sounds, at age 7, without ever being molested, without ever having any sexual contact with adults, or anything like that, or anyone for that matter, I was having fantasies that they would induce with a sex drive attached to it at 7, when I hadn't even hit puberty yet. And it was all based in extreme type of violent, kinky sex stuff where you're tied up, your movements, your senses are restricted. It even got into the point where I was starting to have like these fantasies of like amputations. This is the kind of garbage that they do to people in these programs to completely short circuit what should be a loving experience between 2 adults, 2 consensual people. They turn it into something that you would see in a horror movie, or much worse, because there's certain things that even people who do horror movies, no matter how extreme they get, they're not going to cross the line. At least, hopefully never. But I think we're moving into that phase in society where everything goes now and the entire satanic system is in our face. But this is exactly what I was put through. And it got worse as time went by because, once I got into this cult, I was heavily, heavily attacked with it. Everything that they did, it was aimed at destroying my marriage, destroying my life, making me into a shut-in where I stayed home and I didn't work because I couldn't. I was too sick. I had speech issues, and all this was going on. Meanwhile, they turned people against you, and people who don't understand on the outside of this are going to look at you and they're going to say, there's something wrong with this guy. I mean, he needs help. We don't know is it substance abuse? No, it's not that. Is it psychological? Well, he talks about aliens, so maybe it is. But you can't get help from people who don't understand. And then when you go outside that and you try to find help online, when I got into this, it was just like, if you're not in the new age way of thinking, nobody's going to want to talk to you. I got into this when all I saw was people, starseed cults. It was like the same exact thing that I just experienced. It's just that now instead of a satanic or Enki or Anunnaki theme, there's an Anunnaki theme, but it's all white light and love and high vibing. But in reality, it's the same program, just administered in a different format to to a targeted audience. So, yeah, that's some of the really dark stuff that I've been through. And the love bite stuff is absolutely the most destructive thing that anybody could ever go through, because it literally, these are emotions that are so deeply connected with who you are as a soul that because they go well beyond the type of normal experiences. I mean, you can have a wonderful, loving experience and have an emotional connection with someone and have a beautiful relationship, but it never gets to that point where your consciousness merges with theirs and you become more of like one being instead of two. And then when you're reintroduced to that in this life, you've never experienced anything. You don't have anything to connect to. You don't have anything to relate to. It's so overwhelmingly powerful that even if you're in a pre-existing relationship, it takes back seat. It's no longer relevant because you're literally you're being destroyed from the inside out. They're using it to destroy everything. They don't do it because they want you to be happy. They don't do it unless there's a self-serving reason to put you together with somebody like that. Unless it's for that reason, they're not going to do it. There's some rare circumstances where positive extraterrestrials are helping people reunite because they do have something to do. But for the most part, the majority of it is negative and it's used to destroy people. So, Emma, do you have any questions so far? And how long have we been going, by the way? So
We have, according to your time, if we're going to do about 2.5 hours, we have about 45 minutes left.
okay, well, do you have any questions so far? I mean, I think I've done a pretty good job, and hopefully it's all coherent or it makes sense. I don't know. What do you think?
Yes, it's really enlightening to, just see how all of this comes together. We were talking before we started filming about how so many different movements are sort of segregated from each other and kept compartmentalized. There's the UFO community, there is the survivor community, there's the MK Ultra community. It's all sort of segmented, and we don't put all this together and see how it's all really orchestrated and perpetuated on society by the same exact people, just in different ways. Like mind control exists and they experiment on people in so many different ways. And there's, like you said, there's entities involved with it. There's authority figures. There's different locations, different dimensions almost. There's so many different layers to this that really get segregated. So when people do hear about it, like what you said, it's sensationalized in a way that's not representing the truth. Like when I was introduced to like UFOs and aliens, for example, I would watch these like documentaries on TV where it would be like somebody in a trailer park that doesn't have a lot of teeth that would come out and they sounded like not educated, and it just looked kind of like a joke, like, oh, this person looks crazy, like why would I believe this person, and they sort of like make a mockery of it. Where when you actually hear about the truth of it, like it makes complete sense. Like, why wouldn't the government be doing this to children and like recruiting from a young age and finding families that are susceptible to a generational pattern? and continuing this down as far as they can before people wake up to it and, speak out against it, get free, whatever it is. And your story, I think, really ties all this together. So one of the things that I wanted to ask, going back in time, and then if you want, you can speak about whatever else you want. And then if we have time at the end, I can ask more questions. But you had mentioned your the partner that you had in these programs that you ran into later on in life. Was there a lot of other children in your experiences that you would see going through these programs, or was a lot of your stuff more individualized or with, say, one other person?
Well, the thing is, as far as the actual program memories are concerned, because they put me through the spiritual, deception aspects of it, I was prevented from having that extensive memory recall. So I know there's other children involved, obviously. I can only go by what other people recount, but I don't have any actual program related memories myself, because the goal was to keep me from remembering anything that they could other than what they already fed me, and then put me into a deception. And then that's why everything that most of what's happened to me, as far as what I can tell, as far as what I can discuss, has happened in the here and now, which is a bit different from a lot of other people. A lot of what they talk about is stuff they remember. I'm still in that early phase of that, so I don't know how far it's going to go, because in my case they've got control of it, and it's difficult to break that and get more out of it. One way to do that is what they call alter integration, which is when, of course, you become aware that you have these alters, and then you have to find a way to connect with them. This is frowned upon and not allowed in the programs, but oftentimes what they'll do is they'll allow that connection to be made, at which point the person can go through and work on things and remember things and then try to cope with it. And so it's a type of a therapeutic approach, but you have to connect with those alters, and it's all based on a technique using hypnosis and other types of therapies for people who have multiple personality disorders, because what they're doing is essentially taking someone and creating a trauma split, which means they're splitting their personality. They're creating an alter that the mind uses to protect itself, to preserve the continuity of self. This then is programmed through trauma, and a personality is engineered after the fact. And the alter has its own identity. It's you, but it's you in a different context. So I haven't gotten to that point yet. I've just started to kind of tap into that stuff. So I don't know what was done to me as far as a child, other than what I've already told you. I do know that there's the Monarch programming, which is sexual based. I do know that I have a female alter. So I guess I should really kind of start with that and just kind of get into the alter aspects while we have some time, so that people understand the way this works. The reason that they're doing this to people is because the ETs are using this planet as a spiritual prison to hold their own prisoners. These are people that have fought against them or been in their societies, and these are authoritarian civilizations. These aren't positive societies where people have freedom and they can express themselves and be who they are, and things are done by the will of the people. Even though everyone's telepathic, they can still create a simulation effect and limit their consciousness and keep secrets from them using this tech. The positive societies don't do that. You have free access to information because that's what God has intended for us to have. These people are self-serving. They're totalitarian systems. So they have lots of people. They have a large prison system that's intergalactic, and they put people in it. So this planet is one of many in a system, in a quantum quarantine, which limits us to 5 senses using a transdimensional AI planetary consciousness simulation. In this case, and probably in every case, they generate this augmented reality by taking a gas giant planet, putting technology into it, and turning it into a broadcasting station that pretty much projects or broadcasts what you could call as psychic white noise. It drowns out the connection with the creator and each other. It drowns out the psychic signal. So what remote viewers are doing is using protocols that eliminate or limit the contamination caused by their imagination. And they're tapping into this weak psychic signal. and they're sensitizing themselves using various techniques in order to be able to remote view. That's why it works best when you have someone who signs the target, doesn't tell you anything about it. They may just tell you it's a target. They may give you a number. They used to give people within the military programs latitude and longitude, and through those coordinates, they were just using that as a target to represent the target. The person never looked at a map. They just went by that. Then they realized it'd be easier just to give them a number or a letter, or just tell them it's a target. And there's various ways to do this, but you're working blind and you're tapping into that psychic signal. And by working blind, you don't get the psychic, I guess they call it psychic front loading, or the imagination overload. So I've only done it once, and a friend of mine assigned a target. I didn't think I could do it because of all the harassment, being hijacked, being controlled. But I knew that other people were doing it, and I figured, well, maybe they're being controlled with the remote viewing, which is also the case with some individuals. So she gave me a target of a bush that was by her house with red flowers, and I kept seeing a bush in my mind. It was in total. I saw the bush, I saw the flowers. I could tell the height, shape of the flowers. Couldn't tell the color; they were red, but they felt red. They had an impression on me that they were red, and I kept ignoring the bush and trying to visualize the target. And as I did, I could see the bush and the surrounding landscape morph and change to fit my imagination. I did this twice, and then I stopped, and I'm like, it's got to be the bush. Okay. So I said, it's a bush with red flowers that were somewhat trumpet shaped. And that's exactly what it was. She showed me the picture. And I was, you don't think you can do it, but I just did. So it was like, wow, this is actually easy. And I didn't realize that I could do this. I just need somebody to trigger to give me that target. And then I can perceive something if I'm allowed to just relax my mind and get everything out of it and just sense and see what I'm looking at. And I'm seeing it in my imagination, which is your mind's eye. But it's under the simulation conditions, you just don't have that access to it, but you can pick up that psychic signal. So the way this works is that the signal, that there's a non-surface structure in the planet Saturn. This has been remote viewed by the Farsight Institute. I've interviewed Courtney Brown a couple of times, and I've interviewed Yemi Janae, Shantae, and Intisam from the Farsight Institute. I've had them all three with I have a friend who's got a channel. It's called the Typical Skeptic Podcast. For anybody that hasn't seen it, check it out. He puts everybody on, so you get everything from everyone without the filter, and that's what's great about Rob. He doesn't discriminate, so you can discriminate and you can make sense of it. So that's how it was the only person who ever give me a chance to talk in the beginning, because I was prevented from being allowed to speak because they were subconsciously influencing people. So I started going public in 2018 by contacting researchers. It wasn't until I contacted him after doing a few of my own videos that I actually got a chance to be able to be heard. That's how difficult it can be for some people who they don't want to talk. I was never meant to be going public. So I went out there with a speech impairment. I went out there with multiple delusions and mind control, made a fool of myself. And over time, I got to the truth, ultimately finding other people in the community that recognized me as having real experiences and they wanted to help. And ultimately, I did get some help in this community, but it wasn't easy by any means. So anyway, back to what I'm saying. Where exactly was I, by the way? I kind of got sidetracked there. I was getting ready to cover something.
Talk about altars.
The altars, got it. Okay, so anyway, after I got kind of somewhat accepted into the community, I started to learn about these altars. Then I started to understand what they were doing to me in this personality rearrangement. I was being told that I was getting pieces from my higher self. They're being blended with me. It wasn't my higher self. They were taking the altars that they had created through a trauma split process. And what they did was, now I just want to go over this real quick. The reason they're doing this is to preserve the continuity of the government, but not the government we have, not the constitutional or parliamentary governments that we have currently, or whatever they may be, whatever structure, system. It's to create a world government, a complete technocratic police state where thought is monitored. That's the Draco system. That's the negative. It's not just Dracos. There's plenty of extraterrestrials of all kinds that are in this self-serving relationship with the owners of this planet that use humanity as a natural resource. They don't have any empathy for anybody here. We're actually looked down upon. There's prisoners here, and then just the people, they do not care. These are people that have lost the connection with the creator. They've lost the connection. They don't have that emotional span. And a lot of them, the ones that run these operations, are mind-controlled sociopaths. And in the case of this situation, they've created an infrastructure by infiltration and then taking over people at the level of the mind and the soul to where they do the dirty work. So it's MILABs managing MILABs in this situation. It's, we live on a prison planet, but the hierarchy of the population is the prison warden and maintains the prison for the ETs through these government structures. And then what they do in order to maintain order is they take the disruptive ones that pose a threat to the system, and the ones that are useful, have psychic abilities, they're used in these programs and are used off planet. And then the riffraff, the ones that they can't use, but these, and I call them riffraff because that's how they see it, but these are people that would be doing positive change in society. So what they do to them is they turn them into targeted individuals, and they wreck their lives, and they suppress their ability to do what they normally do, which is make their surroundings better for everyone, including their self. And they make them social outcasts. People become homeless. They live in poverty. They're constantly sick. They have mental health issues because they're induced. I've seen people, normal people that you meet, and over time, over a period of 10 or 20 years, they literally destroy the person's ability to connect with reality. They break that connection and they induce mental illness into them. So there's plenty of people out there that have great potential that have been destroyed by these evil programs. This is a system that they're building in, and this is and before I get into the altars, I just have to give this warning to people. The social credit score system, the thought transparency that the World Economic Forum is pushing in their conferences, is the system, the mark of the beast system, that not just controls what you buy and sell through a digital currency and through an ID chip. It also controls your mind. It ties you into a digital hive mind to where your cell phone is now in your mind, and everything will be marketed to you, and your thoughts will be monitored, and they will police thought, and you'll have things like thought crime, or maybe even something like pre-thought crime, or where they see you doing, they see you leading to something, and then they stop you beforehand and pull you out of society and put you in a re-education camp. But they don't even have to do that because, you could say, well, they can't put everybody away. Well, they don't have to, because they'll turn you into a TI, and you'll get hit with directed energy. You'll get hit with any of the remote mind control technologies, and you'll be just like myself and many, many other people. But the average person is not equipped to handle this. Very few people go from where I was and get out of this on the other side with the ability to tell their story. And it's virtually impossible once this is happening for you to have, before. So hold on. After you go through all of this, it's virtually impossible to reintegrate back into, the normal way of life that you would engage in society. It's just that they take you and they make you unfit to function in society. That's what being a targeted individual is. And that's how they shut people down. And the ones that they want to commit acts of violence, they use this technology to instigate it, to put the ideas in their head. And then when the person goes to act out, they open all the gateways they can in law enforcement and all of this monitoring, all of this intrusion into our personal lives and spying that they do. None of it seems to work. And nobody's paying attention, and the person goes out and commits a horrible act, and then the response is, we need to take more rights away from the rest of you. That's how this system works. That's why during the first couple of years of the Trump administration, we had some of the most unprecedented levels of mass shootings in US history. It was all condensed in that first few years where they were pushing civilian disarmament. you don't even have to question things. You just got to look at the patterns, and whether you like what you see or not, the end result is the same, and they're still going to use it the same way. So whether all those people just randomly thought, okay, we got a different kind of president, let's go off, or it was an actual orchestrated, engineered program where these sleeper cells were going to start popping off, which is what I believe, and clearly knowing this technology exists, I don't even have to question it. But for the average person, you have to look at it and question it. You should, but you also have to recognize that either way, whatever the reason for all this happening, whatever's causing this, the end result's going to be the same. They're going to try to take your rights away. And no matter how you look at it, it's two things. It's a mental health issue, and it's a government issue. It's an intelligence agency issue, and it's a runaway military industrial complex issue. They've gotten so powerful with the technology that they have and the authority of these extraterrestrials that literally nothing is going to stop them until the entire public, the majority of it, steps up and says, we're not going to conform, we're not going to comply anymore. You know, I had this discussion with the director of the Farsight Institute a few days ago in an interview, and he said the positive extraterrestrials, their strategy is to get the public to wake up and stop convalescing to the system, or stop acquiescing to it. I mean, stop going along with it. And that requires education, it requires information, it requires people to wake up on a bigger scale. And then the extraterrestrials, the positive ones, can come in and have the shootout to save to save what's here on the planet. But our window of opportunity is drastically shrinking because of what they're doing. They're depopulating, they're making us sick, and they're clamping down on our rights and taking, once they get the chips in us, it'll be extremely difficult to be able to wake up and recognize what's happening without being taken out of society and isolated and put into a prison system. And society itself will already be a prison system, but they'll if you're going to be disruptive in it, they'll remove you very, very quickly, and you won't have anything, you won't be able to get out of it. I don't care what people think. I mean, we're not going to have a Star Trek reality until the public steps up. And so far they haven't, and you can look and see how easy they are to train. Not to get political, but if you take someone who's a failed administration with a horrible economic record, and then you rebrand the vice president, put them out there, and everyone says, wow, where has she been all my life? We're going to vote for this one. And it's like you've already had it. It's like, why aren't you recognizing you've already been through this? You know what this is. It's bad. So why would you go for it again? And you can see how the media controls people. They don't. We live in a society with low information people who have been reduced to the point of being mildly sociopathic or psychopathic. They don't have that connection with each other. They don't have that emotional connection. They don't have that empathy to look across the aisle at the other political persuasion and find common ground and say, we shouldn't be fighting with each other. We have the same things, and we need the same things. Let's come together out of love and respect and ignore these liars that run our countries and stand up for ourselves. But they are nowhere near that. And when I hear that we're going to have this great awakening, I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing the opposite. And it's the fault of the people ultimately, because they're not doing enough. And they're not waking up quick enough. And if we keep believing this shit, I mean, I was fed that we're coming out of this consciousness simulation because the good guys are turning the signal down. No, they're not. Nothing's changed. We just have the internet, and we have people trying to make change. But we have, and the main point I want to make is that the system that they've created is designed to preserve the continuity of the status quo, no matter what it is. And they've literally shut down a global renaissance, a global rebellion of the people. A revolution has been stopped without firing a single shot by using this technology, by stopping people who would have done it, who would have turned this around already, but they can't because they're shut down and they're targeted. And this is what's being done to them. And the people you see heading the movements are compromised in many cases, either by the government directly or by remote mind control. And the public gets mass mind control through the media and through the application of drugs. They want you to get stoned now, where before they used cannabis against you to lock you up and feed a prison industrial complex and destroy people's lives. Now they want you to go to sleep with it. Everything's cool because we can get stoned, but we have no rights. and we're being poisoned. Our food is making us sick. Everything's making us sick. And we have reached the point of mental illness, that we've reached the summit of mental illness. I've never seen it this bad, and it's so bad that people aren't even seeing the evils within society anymore. They're just going with it. Anyway, that's me. So I just wanted to say that. But getting back to the altar stuff, yeah, they create these trauma splits. I have a memory that surfaced recently. I was a little boy. I was put in this machine on a platform. It had like a white flat surface. Let me turn this thing off. I got air cleaner zapping. I'm making static sense. Anyway, I'm on this platform, and it looks like the surface of a one of those a fluoroscopic X-ray machine screen. It kind of has that light to it, like illuminating from it, like it's lit from underneath, but I'm laying on it. There's some kind of apparatus over top of me that's emitting a bright light and some type of energy of some kind. But what's happening is I'm inside this machine, laying on this platform, and I can't move. And I'm being put through a trauma split process using technology. What happens generally is they'll inject you with a drug. That part of the memory I don't have, but other people have told me before they put you in it, they inject you. So you're probably given a type of a cocktail of maybe hallucinogens and other things to stimulate your immune system. And then you're put into this thing where, from what I can remember, from what I was allowed to remember, I was in it, laying in it. I'm being hit with bright light that is like just everything is uncomfortable to the extreme. It's everything you can imagine, every type of discomfort all at one time, psychological, physical, emotional, all hitting you at once. Meanwhile, someone is talking to you telepathically throughout the experience and urging you to give them this split. And it's like, I don't know what they were saying specifically, but I know what they were trying to tell me to do. And what they were basically relaying to me is that it'll all go away as soon as I give them what they want. And it just endlessly goes on for periods of time. And they may take you in and out of this thing and keep doing it until they get this trauma split. And of course, you got all the other trauma being applied to you outside of this procedure that's on top of it. And you're going into it, and it's all being condensed. So I don't know what I was thinking, because they weren't sharing that with me, but if I can imagine, it was probably all of the horrible things that I'd been through, and the fear of being abandoned, and all of that. Because when I was a child, the one thing that I was most fearful of was being abandoned. And my mother gave me to my grandmother to be raised, so I always associated with that. But I think it had more to do with being in these programs, because when I started to remember things and I started having the emotional recall that went with it, you're locked in these places. You feel like you don't belong, but you feel so empty. And you just want to be like other children. They exist outside this place, but you can't get to them, and you don't have this life, and you feel so trapped, and you feel so isolated and abandoned. And the people around you, the ones that are raising you, are cold sociopaths. They're not your family. You don't have that connection, but you long for it. I'm sure everything that I've just said, and many, many more things, were going through my mind at that point when I was in that machine. And what I saw was, what I was experiencing a type of, I was in two places at once. I was in the machine, and then I was phasing into the soul fragment, this altar split, because what this technology does, it creates an alter, like a personality split, like you'd have a multiple personality disorder. But it also creates a soul fragment, so that they have a part of your energy body that they can use, that's connected to the rest, to your main core, your original self, by a silver life force cord. And it's connected to every one of these soul fragments. So whether or not they're in you or they're external, and they're in a body animating it, it's connected through a silver cord network type system. And you're feeding the life force to each one of them. They can be a completely individual person living in the society. They could be your next door neighbor. They could look just like you. That's an extreme example. They wouldn't put you together like that, but you could be in the same country. You could be on the same timeline and on the same planet, have multiple versions of yourself, and each one is kept compartmentalized as much as they can. So what happens is, what was going on with me, and the reason that I was being put through so much shit is because not only was I a person that would have been disruptive to them in society because they do time projections, they look forward in time, they use a quantum computer that'll create statistical average for all the different outcomes that you're likely going to go into, and then you can review it and look at it and actually watch it on a screen or even experience it in your mind as an interface and see what this person's going to do. So by making me sick, giving me the speech impairments, and putting me through all the crap they put me through, they were able to control me to at least to the point where I wasn't doing the things that they didn't want me to do. And here's a good example of this. When I was 15 years old, I started making model rockets. I started making my own rocket engines. That led to me making firecrackers and other types of fireworks. This led to me blowing up mailboxes when the neighbors called the police on our fireworks show on the 4th of July. I had 27 felonies and a misdemeanor for blowing up 7 mailboxes over a couple of months period, leaving nursery rhymes with a couple of accomplices. I wound up taking the rap for it, as a juvenile. I didn't get a criminal record, but I wound up doing 25 days in like a jail. But here's a 15-year-old that knows how to do munitions, that has this mind to do these things. So, it wasn't a matter of not having a strong father figure. It was a matter of me tapping into to everything that I've been used for. One of the things that I know that I was used for is a munitions expert. There's something about something blowing up that seems exciting to me. Even today, I'd like to see explosions. It's just fun. Pyrotechnics was something I used to be into. And when you have somebody like that doesn't have it's exhibiting no boundaries to their behavior, and it has these talents and things and that are disruptive, they have to do something. They've got to control their assets. So I was looked at not as a citizen, but as an asset to a program that was put in a society that needed to be contained and controlled and managed or handled, so that they didn't have a national security risk, because I would be somebody that would, as things got worse in society, would be planning an overthrow of the government or at the bare minimum, doing things in a political way to be influential to try to change things. And then, of course, when it didn't go, it's a possibility that I could have been involved in a militia or something like that. So they look at all of these options and they say, okay, we've got to shut you down because you're not fit for society because of what we've done to you. So, but we've got to come up with a way to control you. So one of the ways they do this is through alters. They can use that, and there's other strategies about making you sick, but they can control your personality makeup. And that's what they were doing to me over the course of my life. The sexual orientation change was done so that they bring me together with the trauma twin, but that was done to basically wreck my life. It wasn't done for anything positive, but I've had multiple personality shifts over the course of my life. They're not complete personality shifts, but they're subtle ones. The sexual orientation one was probably the biggest, obviously, but because it affects so many things, but there's so many other things that I've been through, and I've been through it in the past few months. What they've done is they actually have done some positive things. They've taken out the Monarch, most of the Monarch programming, where I don't have any of that going on anymore. So they've done some positive things, but it's all for self-serving purposes. If they're going to help me, it's simply so that I'll do something later to serve them. That's the way this works. It's never for you. So anyway, the alters work by creating the trauma split that creates the soul fragment using the tech. Your higher self, which is something that people have a lot of confusion over, including myself. One of the ways that they deceive people is using this higher self deception, where you'll start having contact with an individual. They may look like you, could be you in a past life, whatever it is, could just be an internal voice that comes through, and it says it's your higher self. And it may show you things, it may do things or whatever, and it may give you some good advice. But from my experience, and I could be wrong, but every time I had these higher self experiences, it was always V2K. It was always some other technology that created this. So it was different. And I don't know how much different it is from other people's experience. But what I did find is when I did actually connect with my higher self, what I realized is that I had been connected with that part of me since I was a child. That was the part of me that was helping me wake up and see these things for what they are. But what it is that you have multiple infinite number of timelines that run parallel with each other. And in the mind of the creator, every variable creates a different timeline. In other words, if there's a different number of the grain of sands on like a beach, or how, or there's a different overall count of the number of sand grains on the planet, that creates a variable, creates a different timeline. So there could be many different Earths with different grains of sand. You know, how many different individual sand grains make up different timelines? It's any variable could change it. But it's all consciousness. They can converge and split apart or whatever. But every aspect of yourself, your being that is existing on any of these timelines, or all of them, it's not hijacked. That collectively is your higher self. It's every aspect within the mind of God that like, for example, it's like whatever Emma could possibly do in her existence, God has already figured it out. It's like a giant flow chart that represents timelines. And every aspect of you, every version of you, of say Emma, wants to get the hijack portions out of the hijacking. That's your higher self. And that's what helps you get through this, if you can connect to it and not confuse it with what they're sending you. And they will do everything that they can to separate you from that over the course of your life, using a long list of deceptions. It's just an endless number of combination of things that they could do to get you to go off that intuitive, to get away from your intuitive, direction in life. So that's the higher self. And if it wasn't for the hijacking, I would, and I wasn't here, my true nature and the true nature of everyone is a multi-dimensional mind that can communicate with all aspects of yourself simultaneously, like a mind network. But normally you stay fixated on the here and now, on like one particular point of attention, but you have the ability to branch out and connect with all of that. By being in the simulation itself, you're limited to just this perspective and the control parameters that they create. You're limited to the five senses. And those who aren't are either targeted or controlled, which is why people don't have extensive psychic abilities, or if they do have them, it's the limit, they don't have full control over it. They may have incredible episodes, but somebody's messing with it. Somebody's got control. That's always been my experience. I can't speak for everyone, but I have yet to see anyone really demonstrate what they're talking about as 5D, because, these people will talk about being incredibly psychic, but yet you see them interact with people that you personally know are terrible people, and they act like they're the best person ever. It's like, oh, it's all love and light, but it's like, you're dealing with somebody who's terrible. We know who they are. We can sense it, but you can't. You're on 5D. Well, 5D is a delusion. You're being given or allowed a certain level of abilities within this simulation, whether you fought for them or you earned them, whatever you got, or they gave them to you, you're still not connected to that multidimensional mind. And there's quite a bit of evidence to suggest that, because, people aren't able to really read one another perfectly. They have difficulty, and they have difficulty understanding their environment. That's why we can never that's why everybody disagrees, when we should be sensing the same thing and on the same page, unless you're mentally sick, but so I like to say now, and it's kind of offensive to people, but it's gotten to the point in, the clown show of disclosure, that 5D is a frequency of narcissism, because it isn't something people are really achieving. They're achieving something that's being used to handle them and make them a worse of a person than they would normally be. It's sad what's going on. Now, I'm not saying that people with psychic abilities aren't doing good things. They are. But what I'm saying is that when you get tied up with what frequency you're on, and this whole ascension myth, which they're not going to ascend anybody until the negatives are gone and this place is free. But when you get tied up in this ascension deception, they use it just like they use all these other types of programming to get you to be a controllable person. And how do they do that? They degrade your personality. So I'm going to put the altar thing aside for a minute and just kind of talk about that as an aspect of the mind control. Another thing that they like to do is that, sometimes you may have been a famous person in your past. Well, they will use that to inflate your ego. Maybe you've got false memories of that and they're inflating your ego, or maybe there's multiple Nikola Teslas, there's multiple Genghis Khans, there's multiple, all of these different people that claim to have these memories of being a certain individual, regardless of what it is, whether it's a pagan god or a famous person or whatever. They all may be in Project Ibis and being injected or placed into these timelines, inserted in to experience this under controlled conditions. So it may not be a false memory implant. It could actually be a timeline consciousness simulation where they create another timeline by altering the one. Because when you enter a timeline from another, you're creating a new one just by your interaction with it. So, because once you enter, it's now a timeline that now incorporates your involvement in it. So they can create these scenarios and put people in them, and there could be multiple, JFKs out there, multiple Martin Luther Kings, and often what we get is people that claim that they're a pagan god or some other figure, and then they blow up their ego with it, and then it just turns into something toxic. It's one of the ways that they control people, because usually the person, by the time they get that memory or that's happened to them, they're often a TI. They've often lived a life that's unhappy. They've been suppressed. They haven't had control over their life because they've been doing things to them behind the scenes to sabotage or control them. And now they're going to feed them this, like, a delusion of grandeur that you're somebody special, but without giving you the actual, because there's no therapy. Sorry, I got a spider here, but there's no therapy involved in this extraterrestrial interaction that they induce these memories in you. There's no therapy to help you cope with the fact that you were somebody of substantial historical significance and how that relates to your current situation. So the person's ego blows up, but the extraterrestrials are negative because they're not there to, there's no therapeutic way of transitioning them into understanding this and handling it appropriately. Without critical thinking in this community, we're getting nowhere. That's an example of critical thinking. I wish I heard it from other people. Why aren't they taking care of your psyche if they are all loving and good and all about the light? When they're putting you through these things and you're exhibiting negative behaviors, and why is it that when somebody goes out there to say do readings or something like that, and they literally become corrupted in what they're doing, and they start charging people hundreds of dollars who can't afford it because they're targeted and they need help, and these people won't talk to them because, well, they're too talented to charge less. Why aren't there guides who are there, or whoever's working with them to allow them to be able to do this, to make it what it is? Why aren't they teaching them ethics and compassion? Why aren't they doing that? They're not. They're driving them to go for the material stuff, to make more money and to get fame. And you can see it every day on Facebook when people promote themselves. Often women will use sex. Men will use whatever, but it's mostly and that's what a lot of people, there's actually a lot of women, they get a lot of targeting in the new age to be influencers. There's a disproportionate number of women versus men who are out there doing this work. And often, they will seek out more effeminate men because they're better at the job of pulling people in and projecting this image of being kind and wonderful and nice and everything. But it's all part of the mass mind control. And we need critical thinking to break through that. But anyway, the alters are basically used to, they create the trauma split and then they use them as slave labor. So they can create as many copies of you as they need, and they can create as many splits from a split as they need to fulfill a need. So we're being used as slave labor. I've got approximately at the moment 297 trauma splits. And this came out of a channeling session with a particular person who's in the SSP MILAB community. Through that, I was able to connect with another alter, which is used by Monarch Solutions, as a female. She's not physically in a physical container body. She's inside me in kind of an on-call status or if they need it, they can use that fragment to animate a body to go out and, carry out some sort of perverse sexual act and whatever it is that they're using her for. She came through and actually talked to the person who was conducting this, channeling, and the woman, a part of me, as me, the female version of me, begged to be killed because of the pain and suffering. So, I feel that occasionally inside. I mean, I can tap into this stuff a bit. I know that some of the Monarch stuff is coming through that part of me, but there's another particular version of me that also came through that didn't communicate with the channeler. But after the session, I was able to, here's what happened. Basically, I met some people in the community that were helpful for a period of time with me. They don't want me to talk about them, but we worked together for a short time. We also did a podcast where, we spoke about the sessions, but it was used as a trigger event by my handlers to establish contact with me, like a one-on-one type of contact, because they needed me to accept an offer that they wanted me to accept, which is which I'll explain if we have time, or if not, we can save it to next time. But, one of the things you'd asked me about is like, how did I solve the, I think it was, you asked me if I had gotten out of the targeting and how I did that. It's always good to have a happy ending if you can, for a podcast, because it makes people feel good, like somebody finally, was able to get out of it. Unfortunately, with people like myself, unless they don't want to use you anymore, you're still in it. And even if they don't want you to use you anymore, it's actually could be worse on you, because they do something what they call retiring you. And this has been something that I was threatened with because they said, if I don't cooperate with them, what it does is that it causes my alters that are actively in the programs to be insubordinate. And that's because my alters, I would say, according to them, the overwhelming majority of them are aware of me. They may not be aware necessarily of each other, but they're aware of the original self, which is me, and the condition that I've been in because of the programs and all of the targeting I've been put through. So that creates insubordination. Once those connections are made in that internal multidimensional mind network that we all have called the higher self, it becomes extremely difficult for the programs to control them if they don't want to acquiesce to their orders. And it brings down the morale. So what they had to do with me is they had to improve my treatment. And what I found was over the whole time that I've been going public and leading up to when I was trying and taking stabs at it from 2008, I was following my intuition. And my intuition was telling me that I had to go this route. I had to resist them. I had to get through this. First of all, when I was really deceived, the intuition was telling me, I need to find out what the truth is. I need to find out why this is happening. None of this really makes sense. Meanwhile, my mind and how I was processing things, it was making sense to me, but in my heart, I was getting the message it wasn't. And through that, I eventually kept questioning things, and I kept looking for patterns, and I started to find them. And then once the patterns were no longer fed to me, when I found patterns and I questioned, I got punished. My health got worse. I was threatened. A lot of things happened in my life. I've been put through psychic street theater where people turn on you and you can tell, and they'll all actually give you a precog type of message that you're going into a negative social situation and that they're controlling it. And then you try to avoid it by going to another place, and then you feel it again. And no matter where you go, they engineer something for you to experience that's negative. I've had that. I haven't had the gang stalking, but that's because they've made me into a shut-in for a good 15 years. So if I was out and trying to work in society and doing things, I would have had the gang stalking as well. But they handled me differently by isolating me. So by making me isolate, they didn't need to do the gang stalking. Because often they use that as a reason to get people to isolate. So they just went at it a different way. They always isolate you. They always destroy you at that point. That's what they want. So anyway, Let's see. Is there anything you'd like to ask real quick before before I get into the like the last part of this?
No, go,
Excuse me, I got some
go
nervous.
ahead. We're sort of right at that time anyway. So what I'd like to say is I'd love to have you back because there's tons of questions I have, and I'm sure other people will. So why don't we save everything except what you're going to talk about? We can do a part two, and
Sure.
dive deeper into some of this stuff.
Okay, well, one of the things that came out of the session, and this ties into what I talked about originally in the very beginning. I talked about father being of Russian descent, and that his family came here. He was born in the U.S. Then he became my father. So I have this connection with Russia, and that's far and removed from me. But this is where the MILAB connection is. In the session we did, an altar came through that was used by the U.S. government and the Russian government and one more government in Eastern Europe as an assassin, as a contract hitman. The difference is that this altar of mine lives in the Russian society. He's a Russian patriot. I know things about him because of what my handlers have told me. He believes that Putin is the antidote to the New World Order, and he fully supports him. So he's tied into the Russia propaganda thing. And just like people are tied here, looking at Trump as the savior, Putin is the savior over there. And they were mocking him, and when they were talking to me and saying, how ridiculous it is because he's working for the New World, not just Putin is, but the altar is. He thinks he's against it, but he's actually being used for it. What they do is that he'll get a phone call or maybe even a text, however it comes through. It'll be a phrase. That phrase activates the altar programming in him, or activates the programming. He then completely disassociates with his own identity and who he is and opens a portal and then follows the orders that he has to go to a specific location, do a contracted murder hit, right? And then exit through the portal. And then a cleanup crew either comes physically or through a portal to clean it up. And he doesn't use weapons. No, he doesn't like using knives or firearms. He likes to use his hands and strangle people and break their neck because it doesn't leave the same level of mess for the cleanup crew. It's an efficient, clean way of killing. That's what he prefers. That's what the altar programming preferred. Now, the person is probably a lot like me, has a lot of the same personality qualities, and is deluded enough to see Putin as part of the solution. But in many ways, as a Russian citizen, Putin is the solution to making your life better, as opposed to what the other side wants to do with you. So there's a lot of validity in that belief because it's circumstantial. But he's not aware of what he's doing, but he's waking up injured. So this came through, and what was bad about it is there's a lot of bad things here. But for one, I didn't want to hear this, but I knew it was real because I had been dealing with it on an emotional level for weeks prior to this. I knew that I was being used for this because it all started at one point when all this started to come out. I heard this V2K message that said, "You're a nest keeper. That's what you are." So I called somebody that's prominent and well known in the community. Sent him a text, and I said, "What is a nest keeper?" And he said, "That's an assassin. That's a term that you don't hear about." He didn't say all this, but this is what it really is. It's a term that you only hear about coming out of MILABs. It's not something that has been leaked out, or as the CIA said, "Yeah, this is what we do." The term wet room, which refers to a murder in a place where they can hose it down and all the blood goes down the drain. That's a wet room murder, or like a wet room hit. They have different terms like that. And, the term honeypot is well known too. That's like setting up some kind of fake information source and tricking people to go in there and then tracing their steps after when they spread the information. So that's a definition of a honeypot. But we don't get nest keeper. That's something that's strictly in the programs. I never heard before. So when I heard it, it struck a chord in me. And then I started to recognize a lot of these traits that come out of me. I have different aspects to my personality that they've brought out and then suppressed again. One is very militaristic, where the only solution to everything is killing something. I have alters that see it that way, and I went through dealing with that on the inside while I'm acting normal on the outside and trying to process this influence. Because what they've been doing to me is putting me through a type of personality rearrangement process that's designed to create a personality template that they want to use in a 60-year mission on Mars. This is the first time I really talked about this. It was something that they pretty much leveraged me into. So when I say that, I can honestly say that at least for now, I'm not a TI in the conventional sense. I'm not being hit with directed energy. I'm not being harassed. I'm not being made sick anymore. I still have health problems. They're residual, but they're not putting that type of pressure on me anymore. And it's because I acquiesced to what they were asking me to do, which was to stop talking publicly. And they gave me a 2-year period of time to get it out of my system, at which point they promised me that I would go back to a normal life and that they would help me get there, restoring my health and fixing things, because they wanted to get 20 more years out of me. At the rate I was going with the level of targeting that I was experiencing, and this came from an altar, it wasn't just them, but the altar came through, and I have an altar that's very high up, and there's a company, there's a very nefarious defense contractor that is involved with all of this. It's like it's like the biggest one. It doesn't exist on this timeline. It exists on a parallel timeline, and then it operates through proxies. Some of the proxies are tech companies that administer the V2K, but the proxies are generally within the military industrial complex or the private sector, where the two overlap, and then they have these contracts. So you could have a big tech company that uses the 5G cell towers to do V2K to victims on an international level. They may have operatives that are alters of people living in society, that are mind controlled, that are sociopaths, that are programmed to be, that live in society. They have the nice car, they have the RV, they got the boat, they seem to have a great government job or a tech job, but actually they administer torturous V2K and other technologies, remote mind control technologies, for the military industrial complex. So Kruger International is the company that basically claims ownership over me. The V2K people that come through, there's 3 of them. Since I've had this session, I've been able to establish contact with them and negotiate the end of the targeting. But it wasn't something that was just like, hey, can you please stop? I've had enough. It was like, okay, you're going to do what we want you to do. And then it was explained to me fully over a long period of time why I was targeted. It was to suppress me, like I've explained, and that they were going to kill me at 55. I wasn't going to live past that. They may have even taken me out sooner. They didn't want me going public. So when I went public, my health got worse. The targeting got much worse. It became a personal war every single day, trying to get around the targeting, trying to get my health together, and then trying to plan the next podcast, trying to plan the next interview. Where do I go next? What do I do to expose them? This went on for a couple of years. And, my YouTube channel, you look at the times, when I had put videos in, there's big gaps between videos because I was being made sick. So I would be able to do a podcast. Oops. Are we still in the air? Because something weird just happened.
Oh, yeah, I just brought up
okay,
your YouTube page while you're talking about it.
Yeah, if you look there, you'll see big gaps between it. I just did a recent podcast this weekend, but that was actually earlier in the week. But my last one was a month ago. So I wasn't being targeted in the last month, but if you look, it's a big gap between a lot. And there's so much on this channel that I haven't uploaded yet that are still on Rob's channel, interviews I've done and so forth, and things that are on other people's channels too. So this needs to be updated. But there's big gaps in between there, and it's because of the targeting. It just wasn't physically possible or mentally possible to keep going with this at the rate I wanted to go. So, and that's because of what they were doing to me. But anyway, 2 years ago, I was targeted. 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 I was tar as the time progressed, I leveraged myself into a position where I was able to get a following, and I was able to actually gain some traction and have an impact where people were contacting me and telling me that my story really helped them understand things. It's answered a lot of questions, um, or it just made them feel better because they weren't the only one anymore. And some of the things that have happened to me, a lot of people are afraid to talk about. They don't want to go into a satanic cult type of scenario. They don't want to go into all these different aspects of it, including the personal stuff like the sexual orientation shift, the mind control, because it embarrasses people, and it makes them, I mean, it's very difficult to talk about. So I've got a lot of positive feedback for actually going out and saying these things and being just completely honest about what's been done to me. So because of that impact, they, and they saw this coming. So it just kind of reached a point where they had to get me to do something different. The first attempt at it goes back to, like, I think it was like 2020, I think it was, but I really started doing some interviews that had some unusual content and things that I was recounting. They had approached me. They had set up a situation where they threatened to kill me, and they said that I had approximately 2 weeks to live, and they said 14 days. And the reason for that was they lied and said that there was a treaty between the race I belonged to, and when they send a prisoner back through an induced heart attack and then a soul extraction and then sending them back, they have to give them 14 days. It was basically people in a tech company making this up, probably given a script by their higher ups within the programs, to use this as a way to get me to follow what they wanted to do. And what they wanted me to do was they were hoping that I would go for this, that I would take an offer where they would give me 20 years because they wanted me to live to 70. And then I would be a new age influencer for them. And I would do it under the full recognition of who I was working for and lie to the public. And I said, I'm never going to do that for you. And, and then, so I had this big, crazy experience. I got hit with directed energy. I was able to deflect the directed energy attack. But that wasn't even me doing that. That was them simulating the experience to where I believed that somehow my higher self had come through. And literally, I saw arms come up and hands and literally move the energy to the space next to me. And all that electromagnetic energy was like pushed out of my body. And all I had was about an hour of like short lightheaded periods. That was the only thing I felt, but I felt really sick for the first 20 to 30 seconds that I was in that field of energy. And I said, what is that? I said, is that you? And they were giving me a violent reprimand. They were claiming to be from the US military. They were claiming to be from an Air Force base, which is White Sands. They were claiming to be from the dumb, but in reality, they were actually people working at home and in an office scenario using tech, a brain tech interface, and they were able to do the V2K and pretend to be these individuals. So they were doing the higher self, they were doing the extraterrestrial, the fake ET contacts, and now they're doing fake military Air Force contacts that are threatening me and hitting me with directed energy. They have the ability to use a brain interface. Like if I ran into you, Emma, and I cut you off in a parking space and it was Christmas time and everybody's shopping and fighting, and you got out of the car and called me an a-hole and said, you just took my parking space. And if I was one of those people and had authorization to do that, which they don't because they're heavily controlled, but if I did, I can make you get zapped right on the spot by directed energy from a satellite, a Gwen tower, a 5G tower, somewhere, any one of their systems where they admit this at, I could have you struck with that if I was authorized to do that. That's the type of system that they have, but the people don't do that because they're heavily controlled. The system won't work if they willed that to happen, and it wouldn't go down that way, but it could. That's literally the ability they have. So when I talk about social credit score and how they're going to administer it and combine it with the targeted individual program, that's exactly what you're going to get. The moment Emma decides she's going to do a podcast about government corruption is the day that Emma meets what electromagnetic frequency feels like when it's enveloping your body and making you feel like you're dying and you're going to pass out. That's the type of things, or a microwave burn. Yeah, I had a friend of mine just recently, yesterday, reach out to me, and she's a TI in the same situation. she got a microwave burn on her arm when a plane flew over the house. Plane maybe been just coincidental, but she got the burn and she instantly got the VK message, and it says, Kruger doesn't disappoint. And this poor woman, she's got an amazing emotional intelligence, very beautiful. She's in her early 50s, but same age as me. She's got to be single. She's just had to isolate herself. She's had her life destroyed and her health destroyed. And she has intermittent pain and neurological issues, burns, constant harassment. The V2K stuff that she shared with me is just off the hook. It's mostly gibberish, but it's there to put doubt in your mind. It's there to make you feel bad about yourself. It's there to make you feel isolated, make you feel tortured. And God only knows there's so many other things that she may have been put through that have put her in the situation she's in. And I hear from people like that all the time. Every day I get up, I think about these things, and I carry the pain with me when I meet these people, because I share their burden and I feel a moral responsibility that, to talk about these things and expose it. And I speak for them because they can't speak, because they're afraid to go out and talk, because if they do, they're going to get hit. I just happen to have a situation where, I could sustain myself and be isolated and not be able to work, but sustain myself enough to be able to talk and leverage myself into a situation where they cut me a deal. And it has nothing to do with the importance of what I was saying. It has everything to do with the fact of how they use me. I don't have a large number of alters. That often indicates that because of that, they're highly specialized in what they do. So I'm used in positions of authority, and I'm used in other types of highly specialized positions with whatever they use me for. The assassin one and the sex worker one, those two are kind of low on the totem pole to what I'm talking about. We have a private military industrial complex system running a secret space program in a breakaway civilization under a huge company called Kruger International that was founded by, I think it was Robert Kruger. I believe that's what one of the channeling sessions came out. It's founded in 1953 on an alternative timeline. So they use me for a variety of things, but when it comes to the military involvement in intergalactic affairs, it's the company, that defense contractor, and their military structure, their secret space program is the one that is shooting at and taking out positive extraterrestrial craft that are on the side of humanity and preventing them from getting through. It's the military that's actually doing this for the negative ETs. Now that they've given them the tech, they've infiltrated them, they've taken them over at the highest levels all the way down to the bottom. And everybody in these programs is mind controlled and implanted. There's no exceptions to it. It is a breakaway civilization. It is independent of the surface government. And it's been explained to me, and we could talk for hours about this, is that the policies in the surface government overlap and contradict the policies of this secret breakaway civilization. They've got to keep us in society as their assets, and they've got to keep us under control and sustain us. Doesn't mean we have to be healthy, since they make us sick. But when you administer a specific mandated health procedure that isn't for your health, that is for reducing the numbers of the people walking on the planet, and it's made to make you sick and increase profits and take your rights away, it interferes with the program. So one of the bigger complaints is that particular mandated procedure is that it makes the assets sick. I was told under no circumstances to get it, never. But I did meet, and I do know another asset, and this asset is used differently. And he was told to get it. It was okay to get it. It really depends. I mean, if you're an asset like a social media starseed influencer, is one particular in mind that I don't want to bring up because it upsets people. She took that particular procedure and told everybody that you just have to believe and vibe high, and you can transmutate any negative effects that it'll cause. And she got lucky and didn't get a lot that was really bad. But, the fact is, if you tell people that on a large scale, you're influencing 100,000 subscribers on, social media or more, just on one platform, YouTube, 100,000. Then you got others, and you tell people that they're going to go and do it. They're going to think that they can just positively think, they think positively, and nothing's going to touch them. That is I mean, there is no greater of a deception, because that's one of the biggest ones they use, is spiritual bypassing to the absolute extreme. Telling you, and I've heard people say, I got Jesus, I can take a bullet and it won't hurt me. God will make the bullet go around me. It's like, you need to get in with reality. It doesn't work that way. So, yeah, that's there's a lot to this that goes a lot deeper than just, what you would think. I mean, there's so much going on and such a conflict at different levels. The ETs aren't always on the same page, even though they all work together depending on what side they're on. Same with the government, same with the military industrial complex and how it interacts with the surface government. It's two separate entities. It was explained to me, you have the shadow government that oversees the surface government that we deal with directly. And of course, there's various layers of that. It keeps people completely confused. And that's generally what's happening. So, and that's why they had referred to me as a non-citizen. I've got a social security number, I've got an ID, I've got a record. The FBI knows who I am. I got all. Everybody. I'm part of the system, but I'm looked at the highest levels as not a citizen, as something else. So, I've had plenty of situations in my life, including a particular political event that happened a few years back that everybody still talks about, where I was basically protected by the Fed so that I didn't get in trouble. That's as far as I'm going to go with it. Because to push it any further than that pushes the envelope and increases the risk. But I've been protected from prosecution. This is another common thing. You get in trouble, the police walk away, the investigation gets blown up, it just goes to hell, or the government turns the other way. I've even had the feds threaten someone in the community from talking to me, who then went on a big tirade on Facebook and tried to say I was a 100% controlled asset. But what I'm saying is basically is that by getting back to what I was saying, the original thing, we'll just end it, but we can end it there, is that they didn't want to kill me. They needed to use me for another 20 years. That was their goal. So they tried various strategies in order to make that happen, get me to go with it. Finally, it got to the point where I was going to lose my house. I was facing, they were going to kill me. My health had gotten so bad with long COVID that I couldn't function, which is another thing. I caught it, and then they turned it into long COVID and were able to remotely control it using their tech, so that I couldn't get better. And the supplements didn't even work. They would work for a little bit and then they would stop. And I'd have to add something or take something out or change the dose. And they were just playing cat and mouse with the symptoms with me. It was never normal. And you can't get help from doctors. You go to a doctor. They don't want to help you. They literally tell you, I can't help you. You need to leave my office. I've had that happen multiple times from different things that they've given me. Autonomic nervous system failure was the first time that happened. Then it was pain and spinal issues, or at the same time, and then it became other things such as different types of heart failure, and of course long COVID. That's so political. It's very easy to control people when it comes to that, because when you know mind control, you know how it works. The more prone to the behavior the person is, the much easier it is to influence them to do that behavior on cue. So if I go into a doctor's office and they've just been reprimanded by the FDA, maybe they prescribed ivermectin or something, and they're on their butt about it, and I go in and they don't want me to get any help from the doctor, it's very easy to get that doctor to just throw out the Hippocratic Oath and take the Hippocratic Oath and just tell me to get lost and, don't bring that up anymore because it's too politicized for me to even help you. And I've had that discussion and it went exactly that way. It's too politicized. I can't do anything for you. That's my own primary care doctor said that. But that's what they do. So I got to the point where my life was just in a total shambles, and this was just in the past 2 months. There wasn't anything left, and I wasn't going to make it. I would have had to live with somebody and be a burden, and then waste away until they killed me. And I didn't want to go through that. It was either, it's either, okay, if I got to do that, I'd rather die. I'd commit suicide, which I'm not suicidal, but when you get to that point, it's taken every bit of my strength to prevent that from happening. And they did do suicide programming on me, but they would take me to the edge and then pull me back. So for a long time, and same thing with everybody in the cult that I met, we were all suicidal. That was another thing that they did. They made us suicidal by giving us past life memories that were mostly either false or based in emotions, so that we wanted to die so we could go home to this perceived home that we had. But in reality, our home is a term for going back to the base, being reassigned with a mind wipe, recycled, put back into society. That's what happens when you die. If you're a MILAB, they extract you, they cause your death, and they extract you from it. So I was in a no-win situation. I had to take their offer. Their offer was to stop talking publicly in 2 years. I got about 20, 21 months left. There's other things, a 60 and back, that got thrown on me after I agreed to it. I had to literally give them control over my life, to where they tell me what to do and they tell me where to go. So now they're allowing me to go back to work. They told me where to apply. So we're going to see if that actually pans out. If it does, then I can trust them to the next step. So it's just like they put you in a corner. And because I'm a valuable asset, they didn't want to replace me, because what they explained to me is that as the original self, my DNA template is being used in every one of these clones that are alters. They're animated by a soul fragment of myself, which is an alter. Even the hybrid ones, the ones that look like extraterrestrials, have some of my DNA in it. That is like you can call it something similar to an IP address. So if you're going to have a network of different alters, like I said, they're all connected by a silver cord on the astral. That feeds the life force. You need the DNA at each one of those nodes for it to work. And so in other words, if I die, they have to replace everyone in that system from what they've explained to me. To what level and to what difficulty that is, they didn't explain, but they said it's much better to keep you alive if we can and sustain you in the positions you're in than replace you. Even if it's temporary, it's better to keep you at work at a full-time basis with all of your pieces, all your little parts that we're using. And it's much better for us to do that. So we want to fix things. This is when they start going from F you and we're going to kill you and you're done and all these things, that they start becoming apologetic and acting like counselors. And in the past, when they were doing their deceptions, they act like counselors because they're acting like some ET that's coming to help you, or your higher self that's here to get you out of these programs. So they're good at playing both sides of this. They can be an absolute horrible threat to you and torture you and mock you and feel nothing. And then they can give you false compassion, like a psychiatrist. They're very skilled. They're highly skilled in manipulation and psychology, psychiatry. They know it in and out. And, they have the resources to do all these things to you. And so I had to leverage myself into a position in the situation I was in, which is pretty much no win. I went through, and I tried the religious stuff. I went through all of it. A lot of people in this community, they get really disgruntled with mainstream religion because people will say, hey, you just gotta pray to Jesus or pray to whatever religion you're in. And what'll happen is they won't be able to abduct you anymore, or it'll stop an abduction. A lot of times these abductions are non-physical and can be ended immediately. I question whether or not invoking a specific, savior is actually doing what it's doing, or is it that they are using religion as a control mechanism? So by creating that situation where you got help by invoking Jesus or Muhammad or Allah, whatever, that's just simply reinforcing a type of leverage that they have on you, so they can use a particular belief system. And so I think it's a mixture of a little bit of both. I think if you can make that connection in your heart to the creator, I think that has power. But I also think that they use that against you. And of course they would. If you were to really go after, you need it in order to create a system like this and maintain it, you have to use every available strategy and research that you can to control the subjects. So religion is one of them. So why wouldn't they be using Christianity against people? At the same time, it may be possible for them to use it against them. I think it's really the connection with God at that frequency of what God is versus, like praying to like Enki and actually getting nothing but more deceptions because it isn't in tune with the creator. It's something that they've created in its place, a substitute, which is what they've been the entire time. They're playing God by creating a simulation that limits us to five senses, and then they control our sixth sense, and they control our society remotely and our minds and our bodies and the planets and the whole planet and the climate itself. So they've got a complete Truman show going on all aspects, all levels of your perception. So but anyway, yeah. And so what I did is I leveraged myself into a better position to where I'm not being made sick like I was. The question is, how long is this going to last? Are they being honest? Is this just another deception? Is this just a way to get me to shut my mouth and then find myself in another scenario that I'm stuck in? And then of course, then they say, if you violate this agreement with us, because this isn't, they're not playing fair. They're not nice people. They're not good, and they don't give a shit about you. They just need their job is to sustain you, whatever that entails. So they said to me, if I go against them and continue to talk after the 2-year period, they're going to kill my spouse. And they'll go after my family, which is one thing that they haven't done yet, other than manipulating people around me and changing their behavior, putting thoughts into their head that I could tell was just put in because I've seen it and experienced it. That's as far as they've went. They've never harmed anyone. Now that's on the table. So it's like, you're going to do what we want, and we're going to give you this, this, and that. And that's enough to sustain you. And we're going to give you support in getting back to work, fixing your life, but under the condition you shut your mouth. And I can't even get into politics. I can't just go from this and be a political activist for populist causes. Can't do that after that period of time's up. The same thing will happen to me. So, and I've told people in the community, and they all look at me and say, they're liars, right? We don't want to see you get hurt. And I had this conversation with a friend yesterday, and it just comes down to, it's like, I didn't have a choice. I don't lose anything. I'm still in this situation. But what I do believe is, and I know this to be true, at least from my intuition, and even by talking to this altar that's high up in the command structure of this private military off-planet breakaway civilization military operation under this big defense contractor. And he said to me, this is my altar that they're using. He's the one that they couldn't stop communicating, but now have authorized it because they want to use any interaction they can to influence me to go along with this. So they want that comfort of being connected to that altar, and they may even be manipulating it from that end. The whole thing could be some tech that they're using that's creating this. I don't know. I have to just go with what I have until it's proven otherwise. Is that, I've been told, and this is something that resonates intuitively with me, that the way out of these programs, there's really only one. If they retire you, which I was actually bringing that up, yeah, you're not using the programs, but what they threaten me with is that to keep me from waking up, I wouldn't just go back to society and then have memory suppression. I would be waking up. So they would make me physically or mentally handicapped lifetime after lifetime after lifetime, Down syndrome, multiple sclerosis, birth defects, whatever it would be. Each lifetime, I would never have a happy existence. I'd be in misery and I would die young and keep being recycled through the system as a prisoner unless I gave them what they want. And what they wanted was to continue to use me. But what I got from my altar is that there is a way out of this. It's upon death, when they induce death in you, or you die accidentally beyond their control, you have to create the wherewithal in your mind. You have to know what you're prepared for. You have to be ready for it. They're going to show you the tunnel of light. They're going to make it as inviting as they possibly can. They're going to use loved ones. They're going to use pets. They're going to use any of these things. And they're also going to use end of life programming. So the last few years of your life, or maybe the last 20, and I've seen this with a friend, so I know they do this, and I've seen it with other people, just using social programming, such as mainstream religion. People will go in their latter years to being more religious because they're facing death. That's a type of socially engineered end of life programming that keeps you in the matrix. But in a MILAB situation, or with a person who's with the occult, or the New Age, they're getting psychic contact, or spirit guides could start administering this end of life programming, saying, hey, when you die, I'll be there to get you out. You can trust me. I'm your spirit guide. I'm your guardian angel. You're going to go with me. I'm taking you back to heaven, or I'm taking you home to the ET world you came from, or whatever it is. And maybe you have an extraterrestrial contact under Ibis, or some other program within the military that gives you extraterrestrial contact or simulated contact, and you've built that trust in that individual, and now they're going to get you out of the matrix. So that's end of life programming. It's a deception that's built up at some point in your life to the point where you die, to where now you can expect to see certain things, which then turn out to be a death trap or a soul trap. It's no different than the tunnel of light. You go with that guide, you're going right back into the recycle bin versus going into the tunnel. Now, what I was told is that upon death, what most people get caught up in is the confusion of the event. They're disoriented and they're not quite aware of what they should do. So they gravitate, they may have a period of stillness where they have a chance to reflect and get, kind of to figure out what's going on and just kind of sense things. And then that tunnel of light will appear. But with a MILAB, it's less time, I believe. It's more of a very, very quick thing. They're not going to drag this out. They want you to go into the tunnel, or they want you to go with whatever deception they've lined up. And if you pause and hang out long enough, they have other means of catching you, such as a hook. Aziz, which is the son of Courtney Brown of the Farsight Institute, through a hypnosis session, recounted a specific event that happened when he died in a past life, to where immediately after he left his body, a short time after, he was just kind of there gathering. He was just kind of gathering and taking everything in, trying to figure out what was going on, because he had died. I think he died abruptly in a violent way. So he had to reflect for a moment to get his bearings. Like, what is going on with me? I'm outside my body. I'm dead. At which point, a golden hook of energy grabbed him, impaled him, and pulled him into I believe, a tunnel or a vortex or a portal. And then he was reincarnated back into a reptilian humanoid colony on a primitive planet that was where he lived as inside a tribe that was constantly at war with other reptilian tribes. And he died when another reptilian from another tribe ate him. And he said, just another version of myself that was bigger and stronger than me came and ate me. And that's how I got out of that. That was one of his lifetimes. So they will use tech to pull you in. They're going to try to retain you as personnel, because if they lose that original self that is you, then the house of cards that they've created with your altars comes down. Because at which point, if you can get away and regain the continuity of self, you can cut off that life force to every one of those, and they die. They reintegrate with you, and they can't do anything about it. If you get away at death, this is the way to bring these programs down. I'm going to be doing a podcast about this sometime in the next week with a friend who I do this with. It'll be on my YouTube channel, eventually be on my Rumble channel. We just did one on this spiritual deceptions, like I was describing. We talked about a lot more than this. But the way to bring these programs down is to exit upon death, is to escape their grasp. Don't let them recycle you back into the programs, because all they're going to do is take you in and mind wipe you, and everyone you've loved, everything you've experienced is going to be gone. And then they're going to put you in that state of amnesia, and you're going to go through exactly what I went through in that memory. Because in that memory, I was the original self. I was in a hybrid body of J and ET with human traits, so I could breathe the atmosphere. I was the same 8-foot tall height as the people in the lab, and they were the same race as me. And I was being taken from that body and they put me into this one. I used to think that was a soul fracturing and transference. That was just a transference. The fracturing is something I remembered later. It was one of the many of the 297 trauma splits that I've been through. The other thing that goes along with this, this particular offer that they gave me, because this, and it's going to sound worse and worse as I keep talking about it, is the 60 and back. If you've heard any of the testimony from some of the SSP people, 20 and back, 40 and back, 60 and back is generally the three lengths of time that they do this, the 60 and back being the longest. What they do often is they'll take you as a child, then they do the trauma split. The reason why kids get abducted, usually between the ages of 5 and 7, is the first abduction. You'll see this repetitive pattern. People are going to talk about this. The more you study it, most people get abducted around the average age of 6. The reason is because the mind control programs have indicated that that's the perfect age to create fragmented personalities, and by creating trauma splits. The child is easier to torture and get the effects that they want in a much quicker way than say an adult. And their mind is malleable, so it's easy to do this, and then they can create that trauma split. That's why they start abducting at that age. And often leading up to that, you'll have visitations, you may have other abductions, but the trauma split is definitely done between 5 and 7. Those are the perfect ages. To do a trauma split later in life, it requires more torture in a longer period of time. It's not efficient. What they want to do with me, which was all laid on me after I took this offer, because I didn't have any other options. I had to save myself, and I had to do something. And I recognized it'd be better for me that if I had more time, that I could use it to my advantage and to do what I needed to do, because I've got 2 spouses, I've got 2 soulmates that are trapped here along with me, that I know that have been used as leverage against me before they got me and put me here too. And I've got to get at least one of them out. And I will have the opportunity with extra time to get one of them out, or to attempt to, if possible. That was the biggest motivation, and the fact that I would actually have a life that I could kind of like fix, and I can make something out of this experience, instead of just having the attempt to do it and finding some happiness, then having completely ripped from me, where I spent the last 30 years in misery, the last 25 mostly, that I'd have a second chance at making a better life for myself. So there was so many positives to this. I didn't care about what they heaped on afterward, because once I agreed to it, and you have to agree, you can't just tell them you agree. You actually have to mean it, because they can sense it in you. It's so, I would say the remote neural monitoring is so good, Emma, is that one of the things that they did with me when they started to initiate, direct, contact with these military handlers, is that if I had a burp or something, or just even like a little pain in my stomach, or just a mild sensation like an itch, they would point it out to me and tell me, this is how much control we have, this is how much we know about you. We have mapped your entire physiology. We can monitor it remotely, and they can interface with the tech and experience that burp, taste food through your mouth, smell something through your nose. They can enter your consciousness and experience everything through you without you even being aware of it, because of the tech and how it's controlling you and preventing you from sensing that. Under normal circumstances, if you had those abilities that people talk about, they wouldn't be able to do that. I have the ability to push them out, and I've done that. I've remembered how to do it, but I can't do it on a constant basis. I can do it in a conversation with them. I can hide my intent or hide something I'm going to say, but I can't do it long term. And you have to be spontaneous. You can't think of it ahead of time, because they already know. So it's very limited on what you can do as far as to block them, but they literally know everything that's happening with you. So the 60 and back involves creating a personality template using the alter personalities that they created, and combining aspects, personality traits with mine. And then over time, monitoring me on how these traits integrate into my personality. That's what I've been dealing with now. So I've dealt with a very militaristic personality for a couple of months, actually a couple of weeks to a month or so, and then it kind of shifts. But I finally had to get, some clarification as to what they were doing, because they told me they were going to do this, but they didn't give me specific examples and they didn't thoroughly explain it. So when I did have a question, they answered it. Is that what they needed to do? What they said is that my personality that I have currently is something that they created over time. It's through the application of constant trauma in my life experiences, but it's also traits that they've added and subtracted over the course of my life. And I can look back and I can say, okay, this is when he did this and that. And then this happened and my life went to shit. And then, I could all that. So I've already talked about a lot of that, but there's a lot more to it. And what they've done is they've created a personality that is very, very resilient to trauma and to constant abuse, and living in less than standard living conditions where your life's a mess. For long periods of time, I've had to deal with this and not be suicidal. So even though they pushed me in that direction, I never actually attempted it. So because of that, because of the resilience that I've proven, they're using my personality as a template to add other personality traits from a different altar, an altar that's high up in the military command structure of, the Kruger interplanetary command structure. What I think it's called, something like that. I'm not exactly sure, but it's an off-planet command structure. It's the secret space program. So I have an altar very high up in that particular hierarchy of rank, that has the qualities that they want, but they want to combine that personality with mine and create a personality that's then going to be feminized and put into a female body, similar to the sex worker altar and some of the other female altars that I have. And that version of me is going to be used in a 60 and back program on Mars, and it's to eradicate the insectoid population over a 60-year campaign. So if you've followed any of this stuff, there's reptoids and insectoids that have been put there. They're now indigenous to the planet, that are subterranean, and they're tribal. They're under what appears to be a limited psychic awareness, to where they're in a consciousness simulation, where they don't know the full context of how they got there and why they're still there. So they have kind of a religious belief systems, and I'm going from other excuse me, I'm going by other people's SSP testimony here. This isn't from my own recall. So they appear to have all of this going on, and you have a lot of commercialization coming in the future with Mars. You can see that happening now. You can see it with, Elon Musk wanting to colonize Mars and send private ships up there for rich people to have, they can live on a hotel and go visit Mars. They want to make it more habitable for their future corporate interest. So it appears, and I don't have any proof of this. All I can say is this is what they've told me. So take it with a grain of sand or salt. Is that they want to eradicate not just the insectoid species, all of them, but the reptoid species. They want to get rid of them, and they've got permission from the owners of the planet to do this. So they're gearing up for a 60-year campaign, and they want me to be part of the overall management structure, the type of like a committee member that helps to organize the entire operation for a 60-year period, which they said they don't expect it to last 60 years, but at least 40 plus. And then I'd be reassigned to do something else for the duration of it. But if it goes that long, they've got that amount of time. That's the maximum amount of time, plus some that they projected by looking into time and seeing the different variable models that, so that's how they strategize for long-term mission plans like that, is by accessing the future, looking at the timelines, looking at the outcomes, and creating a statistical analysis so that they can navigate what to do in the present to get the outcome they want in the future. So that was one of the things that I got hit with. The problem is that, like I've said, you can do a trauma split between 5 and 7, and it can go relatively quickly, in however long it takes. But if you're taking somebody in their 50s, because this requires that, then what they would do to me, which is, remains to be seen. If it happens, it happens. It could just be a lie. It could just be a way of coercion to get me to do something. But let's just say it's the truth. So, and everything I'm going through right now, which is real and I'm dealing with, is a preparation of that, which I have to accept that. I have to accept that that's a preparation because I'm going through it. So it must lead to something that makes sense. So what they're doing is they're testing my personality by adding aspects to it, monitoring how I deal with it and how it changes me. And then, like for example, if I'm having a bad day and the alter programming starts kicking in, and I start to think like I'm in the military, then they will talk me down. So in other words, if there was to be like a situation that may involve violence, I would be prevented from getting into it. I'd be talked down so it wouldn't trigger the programming that's in me. So they have kind of a way to manage you while you're going through the personality shifts, and then they monitor you, and then they take them out. So that particular personality trait that I dealt with off and on for the last few months, or actually the last 2 months, I guess, I haven't been keeping tabs on the time, but that is completely gone now. It's not an issue. I'm not going through those emotions, those thoughts or anything, because on the couch just a few days ago, I felt something go in me and I felt this big positive shift. And it was like getting a happy pill. When they gave me 5 years of post-traumatic stress disorder, they ended it in one day by putting an implant in me that completely numbed me up. It allowed me to process what I was depressed over and having the post-traumatic stress disorder over, which was the situation with the love bite. Over a 30-day period, I felt pretty numb emotionally, but as that 30 days went away and actually started to wind down, I got my emotional span back. But when I did, I didn't have the post-traumatic stress disorder anymore. This is what they do to you. This is why they want super soldiers. They admittedly want super soldiers, and have talked about using Elon Musk Neuralink as one of the ways to do it by literally treating post-traumatic stress disorder by blocking it from the level of the brain. So what they're talking about is doing the same stuff that they're doing to people like me and people in these super soldier programs, or any of the MILAB programs, regardless of what you're doing, whether you're in combat or you're working in a clerical position or you're managing other MILABs through these tech companies. They can turn off traumatic events in your life and they can numb you up and completely make you forget. So you have the perfect slave. You can put them through anything. You can piece them back together, take their consciousness, put it into a new body, block the memories. They don't have the emotional pain anymore. Send them out with a happy pill, basically a happy energy implant. And then, you can put them in some R&R, and then you can send them right back out and make them as aggressive as possible, where they have absolutely no compassion at all. And I felt that. One of the things, and just real quick, of how bad this really is, and then we can wrap this up, is that during this several months leading, from when I had that session with that person, and then leading up to now, I had a lot of events that took place that were off the hook psychic wise. One of them had to do with connecting to that altar that's in Russia that's being used as an assassin. And I'm going to leave it here, and we'll stop here. But I was in the vet. We got a new puppy, it's Irish setter, and this was like I think it was week 12, and we had to get the final round of vaccines. So we're in the vet. My wife's talking to the veterinarian, and they're having this loud conversation because veterinarians like to talk loud in that little room that echoes so that the person can kind of get, so that they have everything they need. A bad vet mumbles, a good vet is clear and loud. So she's talking to my wife, and I'm just sitting there being quiet, and I'm thinking about an argument I had with someone in the community. And suddenly I'm not in the room anymore, and I no longer hear her talking. I'm in an apartment and I'm breaking somebody's neck. I've got this guy. He looks like he's Armenian, possibly. He's got olive colored skin, the slight olive tinge, but he's Caucasian. His hair is black. He looks like somebody lives in Russia. I don't know if they're Armenians or Jewish, whatever, but there's a specific population in Russia that has this kind of a tinge to their skin. And I don't know enough about the culture to really point out what group he could have been from, but he was a member of the Russian mafia. I got this after the fact. And they were using my altar to enter a portal into the apartment and kill this person. And I literally woke, I was literally transported from my consciousness in that room to this altar. I had my left hand on the top of this guy's head. I was standing behind him and I was twisting his head like this, literally off of his spinal column. And just before it completely separated, I popped back into my body. And this is after experiencing an intense adrenaline rush and rage. Just there was absolutely no remorse. It was just like, kill it, kill him. And, you know, in just complete programmed. I mean, there was nothing in there but the programming, and I felt it. And I popped back in my body and I jumped. I didn't jump up and out of my seat, but I jolted a little bit. I flinched because it was just like, where the hell am I? And I had to get my bearings. And as in a second or two that passed, I'm now hearing the veterinarian loud and clear again. And I realized that I wasn't present for a few seconds. I don't know how long it lasted. It could have been 4 or 5 seconds. But that time that elapsed, my consciousness was completely someplace else in the altar. And I get the V2K message immediately after. It says, you need to control that. And I'm thinking, what did I just go through? So it wasn't registering. It took me a few days and then maybe a week or so. But when I ran into the person that we did, you know, that I did the channeling with, and I talked to her, and I was talking to another person that assisted, who's another medium, as well as a friend who she was working with. And we had this little meeting for the podcast, we had 2 of them, I think it was. And I'm like, this just happened to me. And they're like, you just altered out. And this is the first time that's happened to me. And they said, that has to be what you slipped into, that consciousness. They made that happen. I mean, they induced that in me. What happened was then the very next day I woke up and my left hand was completely sprained to the point where I couldn't even grab stuff. It was hurting. It was swollen. I had a pulled hamstring, and my right bicep and upper shoulder, my right shoulder was mildly sprained. My whole upper body hurt. And and I said, what is going on? And the V2K handler said, he says, Nate, you had a little scuffle. And they just have this morbid kind of sarcastic humor about it. Nate, you had a little scuffle. And I had to spend the next few weeks up until I had that meeting with them, or however long it was, a week or two, you know, before we had the meeting for the podcast to plan it, as I was trying to process what happened to me. And what they did was they allowed me to take on those injuries. It's, you know, so in other words, when people say that I had this experience and I had this memory and I came out of the meditation, or I came out of the channeling, or I came out of the dream, whatever it is, I came out with a physical injury matching what I experienced. It's because they can do that using these altars. And because you're connected by DNA and a silver life force cord, they can manifest pain and tissue damage that's in one altar into the original self. And they were showing me what I was being used for in a very graphic and intense way so that I would take it completely seriously. The other thing that happened to me, it's just recent, I'll leave it at this. This is the altar that's high up in the Kruger command structure that they've been doing, you know, the blending with, that they just reversed recently. I was sitting in this very chair. Actually, I don't know if I was sitting here, maybe upstairs at a kitchen table, but it could have been down here. I was sitting wherever I was sitting at, I bilocated at that moment, and I was in 2 places at once. It was like there was a partition, and I was kind of going back and forth between this wall, which represented my 2 selves. And I could feel the chair and I could see my room, the room I was in, whether it was this one or upstairs, but I could see it. But in front of me, on the sides, this was here, but in front of me, I was bilocating, and I was 2 people at once, 2 parts of myself at once. I was sitting in a private room on a spacecraft that was my own private break room. It was circular in nature. It had textured white walls that looked like plastic. There was no seams. There was no corners in this room. It was completely one piece. The floor, the ceiling, and the walls were just one flowing piece of material. There was a row of square windows you could look out. It was about eye level. You just get up and walk over to it and look right out. And it was space out there. And I was sitting, and the room was circular. It was empty. I know it had a row of windows on the left side. I don't know what was on the right, but I just know there wasn't, I could sense the room was empty. I had a table in the middle of it and some type of reclining high-tech chair that I was sitting in. It was form-fitting, it was comfortable, I could fall asleep in it, but it didn't feel like anything I've ever sat in. It felt kind of hard but comfortable at the same time, if that makes any sense. But it didn't have padding, or at least I couldn't perceive it having any kind of cushiness to it. I don't know. There wasn't any discomfort. I had no body pain or anything like that. But, I knew that was my private break room. I knew that this was someone high up in the command structure that I was and still am and currently am. And they were showing me this to let me know that I had essentially, they wanted me to be acquainted with that side of myself, and that side of myself was contacting me. But at the same time, they also wanted me to know that the only reason that I got any special treatment as a TI in this situation is because I could give them something. And I was giving them something in the form of whatever I'm doing for this altar, as well as others. And they wanted me to see that so that I knew where I stood. And it's like a business relationship at this point, because I don't trust them, and I have to take it one day at a time. But I'm just trying to survive in this situation. At no time will I ever do anything to harm anyone on their behalf, and they will never ask me that, because I would never do it. This isn't something where they could take me over. I have the strength and control over myself where they can't do that to me. But at the same time, I can't control my health. They can make me sick. They can affect my speech. They can affect my memory, make me forgetful. They can do a lot of things and just make my life miserable. I had to take their offer to get myself out of this. Where this goes, I don't know how long it's going to last. I don't know where it leads me, but intuitively, I feel like I'm on the right path, because this ultimately, I can see an end to this. And the end is escaping them in the only way that we can. And what's important about this, and why I wanted to leave this as last, is because I truly believe the way to bring down these programs is not just exposing them, which is going to be difficult, and it's only going to be so limited in what we can do, but waking the people up in these programs so that they know that they can escape a death, and that brings the numbers down. They're obviously limited on what they can do when it comes to an extraction, like getting you back and retaining you upon at the moment they kill you, or at the moment you die accidentally. They have a limited opportunity, to get you. And they depend on you being deceived and confused in order to extract you. You have a limited amount of time. If people can wake up to that and get out and escape and get past their traps, because they're secondary traps. There's technology in the magnetosphere that will zap you, mind wipe you, and then you get sucked right into their system. You've got to get around that. You've got to get around the deception traps, the ones that use sex, the ones that use anything that connects you, that you want to, that connects you back to life and that experience, or anyone you loved or appreciated, or anything you trusted is going to be used against you. You've got to get through all of that and get on the outside of it and get somebody to help you and get out. Or once you get out of the matrix itself, outside the magnetosphere, and avoid the traps, you can will yourself where you have to go back, wherever your home is. And there's a lot of talk right now. There's no soul traps. The GFL got rid of them. I wouldn't trust that at all, because it's the same negative ETs feeding you to BS. They want you to think that there's no soul traps so that you wander right into them. I wouldn't trust anything that's coming out of channelers, any of the contactees, and MILABs in general, who tell you that, because they're being fed nonsense. I truly believe that, and I truly believe that's how they are trying to retain their personnel, by creating these deceptions. And then you go, and the more you talk publicly, and the more people are told the opposite of you, it's harder to get that point across. But people need to use common sense here and stop believing in these fallacies, and realize that they're going to use anything and everything they can to retain you upon death, because you are a valid asset to them. And the way you bring it down, if we can bring down those numbers, we can weaken the entire secret space force. The entire SSP can be limited and literally wilted the vine. and there won't be any, there won't be a proxy army for the negative ETs to keep the positive ones away if we can reduce the numbers that are being used in these programs, because they're using us to harm ourselves. that's I think that's the strategy, and should be the strategy for the disclosure movement, not just to expose this, but to connect with people in these other trains of thought, such as those who experience or have experienced or research NDEs. We need to breach, actually not to breach, we need to branch everybody together. We need to build those bridges. We need to bridge everybody together and create some form of unity between us, and put all of these ideas and thoughts together and try to come out with coherent strategies based on experience. And we have to, and people have to be willing to listen to people like myself who aren't telling you the great story that you want to hear. Well, I'm telling you something bad that should scare you and really trigger something inside that that you need to do something, or you need to protect yourself and not fall for these things. We need to unify and get and stop this divisive crap that we're going through, and we need to focus on that, and not just people in programs failing to go into those tunnels of light and those traps. Everybody needs to do that. Doesn't matter if you see Jesus or whatever your religion is, they're going to cater your belief system to what you see, and they're going to use it to trap you. If we can all get out, it'll create a situation on this planet, just like Courtney Brown has discussed, where they can't control the population. If you have a dwindling prison population and you're losing assets because the storyline has been exposed and everybody's getting it, okay, and you can do it before the brain chips go in, then we've got a chance. If not, we're throwing that away, and that's what we should be focused on in this movement. And I find so much. I find this everywhere I go. I look and I see divisions. I can't get people who study NDEs to talk to me as a MILAB. I can't get people that expose the New Age community to actually come over and make that bridge and have a discussion with me or other people, so that we can put all this together and work together. They aren't doing it. There's a guy that's anti-New Age, and he does implant removals, but he won't work with MILABs. He won't even talk or do podcasts with them. Okay, so because he believes in a flat Earth, and flat Earth doesn't account for the space program. So you have these belief systems that divide us and prevent us from working together. We should have the maturity to put down our differences and have an open mind and say, it doesn't matter if I believe in a flat Earth, or it doesn't matter if I'm in the SSP. I should be talking to you, and you should be talking to me, and we should be working together to get this message out, because we're on the same page. Why be separate? Ultimately, it comes down to, people who are tied to making a living. If your clientele is based in the New Age and you don't branch out and you don't want to work with MILABs because of that, then you're not doing anything but for yourself. You're not doing anything for the rest of us. You're not doing enough. You may be doing something, but not doing enough. That's my message. We need to get on the same page and stop fighting and disagreeing and letting that keep us from coming together, because we've all got something to contribute. Even if it's false at the time, we'll figure it out. We have to do it out of respect for each other. Can't trash each other and point and say that person's an idiot because they believe this. I've been the idiot myself many times, and I've left my videos up to expose how bad I was, so that people can see it and see a transition from the deluded starseed who's a contactee and getting abused and doesn't see it, to where I'm at right now, which is a coherent position, one that makes sense, and one that ties everything together, and is hopefully, one that can bring more people together, provided they put their differences away. Because the biggest problem in this community is the religious belief system, not Christianity. It's New Age. I can get through to the Christians. We have some common ground, but I can't get through to the New Agers, because everything that I talk about, it's like they're diametrically opposed to it. With the Christian community, they don't want to accept the MILAB stuff. Some of them don't, most of them don't, but they at least acknowledge that there's the ones that have any good sense, is that we're in the end times. There's a mark of the beast system that's being rolled out right in front of us. It's far more advanced than we ever could have conceived, and it's multifaceted. and there's multiple ways to get sucked into it, and everyone's acquiescing to it. And you know, they need to blow the whistle, but they need our help on the other end to provide the technical aspects of it. They need people from the secular community to come together too and give their perspective so that it's a balanced point of view and it makes sense to everyone. I mean, it just needs to be done that way. And I don't see it. And that's how they're so effective at keeping us under control, is because we fight against each other and can't decide. We can't see that we have commonalities that are universal, and that should be just a matter of common sense. But they've been so good at all these deceptions. So, you know, that's why I don't mind being like rejected by the majority of the people who do podcasts in this community. Or, you know, it's just, I fit into a niche because that's how big the number of individuals are who can accept this information and also find it, because they make it incredibly difficult to find me. And I've given up trying to get around it. It's just too much to deal with. So, you know, when my time's up and I stop talking, according to this agreement, I hope that I turn into somebody that that there's people who've archived my videos that I'm going to be doing and anything else that I do in the future, because it needs to be talked about, and there needs to be other people that do the same thing. And that's why, you know, Evie Lorgan, there's a lot of people out there that are starting to do this, but there's not enough of us yet. And you know, we all know that this is the truth. This is what we need to do. This is, you know, even if we're wrong, I don't see how we could be. You know, and it is demonic as well. I'm not going to deny that either. There's other aspects, and we could talk about this next time, but the beings that they're dealing with, the ETs, they're actually utilizing demonic entities. They're using negative parasitic entities in these programs. Project Traveler is one of them. That's where they use, I mean, I don't know much about that, but I do know it involves using MILABs to channel these beings. I did meet a guy that's a spiritual medium that was in that particular session with me, and he's being used by the Central Intelligence Agency to channel a succubus. It sounds absolutely crazy, but this guy's got pictures to back it up. The pictures of his abduction show up on his phone. And when he does medium work, he'll contact somebody that you're trying to reach out to in the spirit realm, but their picture shows up in his phone, the same phone that he's doing the session with. It's an incredible talent, but it's something that probably most people on this planet could do if they weren't in a simulation, and it's being controlled by the programs. So that's why he's able to do it. He was activated at 42 to be used in this way. And he's also got some SSP memory. So, you know, there's far more to this than meets the eye.
Absolutely. And that was why I wanted to invite you on my show, because you do have such an open mind. You're not just segregated to one specific thing. Your journey has been one of keeping an open mind and being able to reject ideas and philosophies that might not be the actual truth, in lieu of accepting something that makes more sense, that's in alignment, you know, and I really love that about you, because I completely agree. We need to come together and put all of our information together, realize what we have in common, and not discriminate against our differences like what most people focus on, you know. And you set a really great example of that, in addition to being so well versed and articulate and eloquent with how you explain all of this. And, you know, you've done so much work for us as far as creating free content. And I'd love for you to share the avenues that people can go support you and keep in touch with you. Because you do have a lot of amazing videos and content out there for people who are like, oh my gosh, like, you know, this resonates with me. I need to learn more. You have a lot of content out there that people can go dive into and just get hours and hours and hours of free education from you. So do you want to share where people can find you on social media?
Sure. First thing I want to say, just real quick, is that what you see on my YouTube channel is not what I want it to be, and it's going to improve, because what you see, and here's the screen right here. What you see is videos that are spread out over periods of time. There's no coherent picture here. When you do look at it, if you go back to the early stuff, you'll see what I mean. You'll see a transition of myself going through this awakening process, through a false awakening, and then on to figuring out what was really going on. And some of the information is incorrect. I haven't updated it. But what I'm going to do is tie it all together with a series of videos that I've just started working on with a friend. And I've got a couple of friends that are going to be joining in. I have a friend that's going to be talking about the sociological aspects of the ET presence, the economic systems, the systems of control. We're going to get into that in a lot of depth. And this guy can take it to a very scholarly level, and which is a great, we have a great, connection as far as that goes. I can run with him on all of these concepts, but from a more of a layman's terms. I mean, I can put it into a more of a easier to understand format, and he'll go at it from the scholarly end. And I think when we get together, it'll be a really good resource of information that explains how we're being basically controlled at all levels through the social systems. He's also in the SSP, so we're going to also talk about that. My other friend, who's well versed in the spiritual deceptions and remote viewing and things like that, and she's done lots of different psychic work for over 20 years. And so I'm going to be doing stuff with her. We just did one about end of life deceptions and NDEs and the afterlife thing where they try to capture you and they try to retain you. The next one we're going to get into is how to bring the programs down. There's a lot of stuff that I said tonight, but I'm going to be splitting it up in individual videos where we cover something for maybe an hour and 15 minutes or less. And I'm going to create an educational resource out of these videos. And then I'm going to decide whether or not it needs to go into a book, and it would be a free PDF book. It wouldn't be something that I would market or sell, but I'd have to make sure that there would be people willing to put it on their website to distribute it. Okay, there's an author in a MILAB out there named Truman Cash, who's written 2 amazing books, one, The Eye of Ra and The Programming of the Planet. You can get them on for free on the Avalon Library for Project Avalon. You can look it up there, or you can find it elsewhere. Just look up Truman Cash, Eye of Ra, and The Programming of the Planet. It's incredible work. Last time I talked to him, he had also announced it in Project Avalon. He was going to write a 3rd book, but I don't know where he's at with that. So I'm going to do something. I'm thinking about doing something like that. You can reach me at the Planetary Consciousness Project, which is a Telegram group. I'm also available at the Typical Skeptic podcast, which is also a Telegram group. I'm a moderator over there. So you can reach me there. It's easier to reach me over here because I usually get it. I'm not always over there. There's other moderators that we share to work with. So you can get a hold of me at those 2 places. Email hajayancontactee@voicesoforion.com. I do have a website. It's not developed. It's just paid for. If I do get to that, because like I said, I've been bogged down with attacks and things. Now that I've gotten some ability to actually do things and not be completely hammered all the time with the attacks, I may be able to get to a website, but it would be a temporary thing because you have to keep paying for that. And it's not going to be on a free platform if there even is any left. So that it would come and go, but it wouldn't be anything permanent. That's why a free book people can disseminate is probably the best way to go here. So I don't know how much I'll get to the website. I don't know. We'll see what happens. There's the Hajayan Contactee channel. There's the Voices of Orion project on Rumble. That one's way behind. Actually, all my stuff is behind because I've just gotten to the point within the last couple of weeks that I can really start to commit myself to doing this stuff and actually putting out content and uploading all the backlog of hours and hours of stuff that's on other channels and some stuff that I haven't even edited yet. I've got an interesting interview coming up with I did like 2 months ago, roughly, with a member of the Joy of Satan. Second interview with him. He's the only person I've been able to get whose life and mind wasn't destroyed to the point where it was impossible to do an interview with him. So he's the only person I've gotten so far who's willing to talk publicly about his experiences. They're not as intense as mine, but they do involve some of the same things. So yeah, and hopefully maybe one day somebody will come out of the woodwork and want to give me a real good, long, lengthy testimony. I know somebody that could do that. It was my support system that was in the cult, and for 15 years after. The problem is that they threatened to kill her and her son. Her son is also in these MILAB programs, so is she. And, for her sake, it would be a bad idea if she were to do anything like that with me because they will immediately retaliate. So unfortunately, she would be the best candidate, but I just simply can't use her, and she wouldn't be able to do it anyway. And because went down that avenue with her, and she immediately got death threats, and they were showing her son and literally being drained of his life force in front of her, where he just collapsed in front of her, and it was a vision. And they said, if you do this, this is what's going to happen. And she doesn't have the situation where she could do it and where she could weather the storm. And she definitely does not have the leverage necessary. I mean, I think I leveraged them. I think I leveraged myself to a better position, but time will tell. So I'm skeptical about that. You can't trust them. But in reality, but in truth, if that's accurate, if that is truth, she doesn't have something that she could use, and she didn't go public. I did, and I took that chance, and it temporarily, or at least maybe permanently, panned out for me, but I don't know. But I can give people some advice though, is that if you can go public, please do, because we need more voices in this community to support the story that we're all telling, so that we can get the word out and people take us seriously. We need large numbers of whistleblowers to come forward. And I know there's large numbers of people out there, because there's so many people that I've heard from that won't go public for the simple reason is they don't want to face the consequences of it. And they're very paranoid as to what they do online, because they think everything's monitored, but they don't necessarily realize that even if they didn't do anything online, every thought, every sensation in their body is being recorded by an AI computer. So, there is no privacy for people like us, and technically there's no privacy for any of us anymore. We've given that up by going along with this. So but we need those numbers. We need those people out there. And another thing too, it's difficult. This is a very hard community to get into and be taken seriously. Some people get into it and the doors open wide because they're meant to speak for the programs. They're meant to be social implants. But for a lot of people, you're going to find a cold shoulder. I don't do that. I'm not perfect. I recently I was supposed to meet on Zoom, and I got to the point where I couldn't walk, and then I haven't gotten back with that person. I had bad neurological issues. So I feel bad. Sometimes I let people down. So if they're listening, I apologize in advance. I'll get back to you. But people need to leave their comfort zone and start helping each other more in this community, especially for the purpose of just helping someone and not having a self-serving purpose behind it. So we need to change ourselves to get out of this situation. We got a lot of work to do.
I agree. And so I appreciate you and all. I know you said some of this might not be updated and you have a vision and you're going to be working on this more, but in the meantime, there really is a lot of hours of content on his channels, you guys. And I encourage you to go listen to it, especially kind of being fun to see his evolution and where he sort of started, where he's at, and then to imagine where he's going with it. There's a lot of different information and people coming together now, which is great. We do need more people, but it's wonderful that some of us are finding each other and collaborating and keeping an open mind. So I'm going to have all of Nathan's links in the show notes. I encourage you guys to go follow. Really easy, simple, free thing that you can do to go support whistleblowers and survivors and victims is just follow. It doesn't cost any money. It doesn't take any time except 2 seconds. And, we're showing the enemy that we have eyes on these courageous individuals coming forward. So it's a great way to support by just joining their telegrams and following them on social media, subscribing. And then listening and sharing. There's a lot of people that do need woken up to all of this. And it's awesome that we now do have the opportunity to have the internet and have access to free videos that all we have to do is click on and then go send to a friend, who wants to learn. So I'm going to have all of Nathan's links in the show notes, you guys. I will have all my links as well. And I'd love for you guys to connect with me too, wherever you can. Nathan, we're going to bring you back on again. There's a lot that I know that we could still cover, and I'm sure people will have a lot of questions. So on your time, we can have you back on and, dive deeper into some of this stuff. But just thank you for coming on. It means the world to me to finally get to connect with you and to get to learn all of this sort of new but old information from you. It's great that it's finally surfacing and breaking ground, and, hopefully more and more people listen to it and, receive this message with open arms instead of being offended by it and being like, I'm not going to work with people. So just thank you for coming on and for sharing, for giving us, the dark truths, but also the solutions and shining a bright light on this so we can all have hope at the end of the day.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Emma. I really, really appreciate it. And I've had my eye on your work for a while, but I never really paid much attention as far as going and watching everything. But I always knew that maybe one day I'd probably be on your podcast. So thank you for inviting me.
You're welcome. It's an honor to have you on. You're welcome on any time, and I'm sure everybody would love to, see you be a recurring guest. So we'll get you on again. And in the meantime, you guys go follow Nathan, like I said, on social media. Connect with us. We're so grateful for all of you. We couldn't do this without you, and we appreciate you. So you guys, thank you so much for listening. God bless you, and we will see you next time.